Solo.
And hello, welcome to Solo Playthroughs, making sure the mic is not muted. We're not, should be good to go. We got Sajid in the chat already. This needs some work. Manticores would help. Yeah, man, no Manticores, not yet. I think there'll probably be one of the expansion. By popular demand. Sorry for being a couple minutes late. Nature was calling, so here we are though. So we're good to go. Gonna try a new setup, try to get things to fit on camera a little bit better. We have our third camera over here with a nice little overhead of everything. Ooh, not really an overhead, this is the overhead. This is the kind of the other view to kind of give you a better sense of how the board is looking. We have Sajid, we have AV just fine. Thank you very much. Now, my computer is doing something interesting lately where it just decides to freeze on my end, but everything streams fine. So if that happens and I freak out at some point, I might just need someone to confirm that I'm still moving, and then we'll just kind of go with it, because it is what it is. Every month brings new challenges over here in Solo Playthroughs land. But super excited to get into this today, so let's get into the rest of the setup. So maybe a little bit of an overstatement of how much chaos is going to be in this playthrough here today. I did go ahead off camera and I selected the two factions, and then I just went to the heroes who I haven't played already, and then I was like, do I want to do an Arch-Nemesis or not? I was going to randomize that on camera, and I was like, you know what? I'm just not feeling the Arch-Nemesis right now. And look, I love the expansion, but I want to get back to the original game. I feel like I have gotten worse at this game, not better, and I want to get back to basics a little bit, and then we'll get back to the Arch-Nemesis. The Arch-Nemesis is a very, very cool expansion. There is indeed some Arch-Nemesis content that will be in the game. I've just shuffled all the cards in. So I think there's one new Chaos, there's one new Legion. They're in here. I'm just not going to do the Arch-Nemesis thing. And in the future, I might just randomize it. We'll just roll the die. 1, 2, 3, we'll have an Arch-Nemesis. 4, 5, 6, we won't. And I think that's going to be the way that I'm going to most enjoy this game. And the new expansion that's going to be delivering hopefully sometime this year, I expect has a bunch of, modular expansion ideas. So we'll see how I want to integrate all of that and to have, just a wide variety of experiences with this game. I should say, again, this was a review copy sent to me, both of the Arch-Nemesis expansion, as well as Uprising, Curse of the Last Emperor, the base game that was sent to me by Nemesis.Games, and really love those guys. Pavel has been awesome in the live chats over the last few months, kind of making sure I have all the rules right. And Dirk and Cornelius, very, very cool guys, and happy to support them. I did go ahead and backed everything in the latest crowdfunding because I just love this game so much. So this is cool. I'm really excited to see what happens. All right, let's what happens today, because you never know. I got through one chapter yesterday. Things looked good. Chapter 2 started, and it was like, woof. It's like, well, it's not meant to be today, kids. So we're going to put this away and come back tomorrow, but at least got my feet wet. Again, it had been a little bit with all the other games I am trying to feature, but here we have today, we have the Renegade Legion, and the leader who I have not featured yet is Talak the Oathbreaker. He is a Drakkar Warlock, and once Talak served Acer the Immortal as counselor, but when her urgent advice fell on deaf ears, she decided to take her fate into her own hands. She has 3 magic, and her stats are 0 might, 3 magic, 1 lead, 0 guile. Her 2 starting, what do we call these? Skills? They call them skills? I just want to make sure. Feats. Her 2 starting feats are, 1 is Prismatic Magic, Archery, and Clash. If you have 3+ different colored dice, exchange 1 die with a purple. And then there's an Archery only skill. Archery, if you have 1+ Marksman here, gain a blue die in the Archery round. Again, that is before rolling. This Archery and Clash, this Prismatic Magic, has to be on your hero's hex. I have my most overlooked rules thing here, the dice distribution, getting over here to the The Crow. All right, the Crow. So we have Dugpa the Seer. We've already played as Kaal the Destroyer. So we have Dugpa the Seer. Dugpa's great compassion for animals drew her to seek contact with their souls, but she met something very much older and more powerful. So we have an all heroine team today here with Talak and Dugpa. Let's see how they can pull it off. And we also have the all magic and lead team today. So no might stats, no guile stats, all magic and lead. Dugpa's, and I already read that. So her starting feats are Troll Clash if the troll was destroyed here. Now this was eroded, so I did write on there what the new rules are. I will get a new copy of the cards when we get all the content in the latest crowdfunding campaign. So it's if a troll is in a combat and the troll is destroyed, you immediately roll a black die and you apply damage. If I roll this part of the die, that's going to equal 2 skulls. All right. Apply skulls. Yeah, this counts as 2. Just making sure I could read my own handwriting. And that's going to be after damage. And then we have the Dark Ritual. Remove 1 of your units from the reserve from the game to gain. If you remove a basic unit from the reserve from the game, you get a shield and a lightning bolt. And if you get an elite unit, remove an elite unit from the game, you get a skull and a lightning bolt before damage once per round on your hero's hex. We have the rest of our stacks of feats. Again, each hero has 8 feats that are individualized to them. So I'm going to shuffle these up. Exactly 2 of all the heroes' feats are something that can add to their skills and also give you 3 resources. I would like one of those for each of these heroes, or heroines, I should say, early, because I'm going to need the resources, especially over here with the Renegades. The Renegades are a little bit hard to get going in my experience because their units are not cheap. Speaking of resources, we do have 5 food, 5 plunder, and 5 salt. We have those for each of our factions that is in play. And then again, on the board, we already have the capital set up. We have the home world for the Renegades. It is the Trifuth Gate. Realizing that the Empire could no longer protect her, Talak took her fate and that of the Black Brotherhood into her own hands. The Warlock chose the mythic Trifuth Gate as her stronghold to face the vengeance of the new Emperor. Remember, the Renegades are a little weird. They do not get resources like normal. There is no resource production on their board, and they only have 4 havens instead of 5. And what that means is when we get resources in the production phase of every round, instead of getting some resources from the board and some resources based on where our havens are, it's only where the havens are, and instead of getting what's listed there, it's doubled. So it's a much different kind of puzzle in how you're trying to set up their economy over the 4 chapters that we'll be playing here today. Hopefully 4, maybe less, because, you know, things can go very sideways very quick in this game. It's part of the joy. All right, we are going to do with the kind of eroded rules in that we have 3 skeletons on the board to start the game, 1 in each of the 3 sections, the 3 sections being the Fog Grave, the Screaming Sea, and the Howling White. And then we're also going to have just 2 curses on the board. I don't know why that 3rd curse is there. Oh, wait, because I'm playing in apocalyptic mode. We do add a 3rd curse, and I'll just put the 3rd curse there. So we have 3 curses, 3 skeletons, and we'll call it a day. I'm going to have to set up the rest of the hexes, and then we'll kind of do the rest of that once I have the board set up. Sagittarius, what is your win-loss rate for this, roughly? I think before Arch-Nemesis, I was getting to the point where I was winning about a third of my games, a quarter to a third. I mean, I've probably have 2 dozen games under my belt, and I played with friends a few times. So I love this with my friends, man. They've all really, really loved it. It's a beast, and it takes a lot of time, but it's freaking really fun. So not great. With the Arch-Nemesis expansion, it's probably curved less than that. There are some different strategies that I'm still kind of figuring out how to really tackle that puppy. If you watch my last video, I was doing really well, and then I decided that I was gonna try to take down the capital like one way or the other, and that was a really bad decision. That was tactically wrong, strategically wrong, and it cost me dearly. So I think I could have pulled out a win in that game had I not tried to take out the capital, but I was dead set that's what I wanted to do. So you know, It was fun. It was worth it was worth trying. All right, so those are shuffled. I'll put those off to the side. We have to shuffle the sea towers. I will roll a die for the sea towers because some of these are very different than others. So I'm gonna roll. I think I hit a little falsetto there. That was exciting. All right, I'm gonna roll a D8 because there were 7 of them. I'm gonna put one sea tower over here. And then I can roll a d6 as we have 6 left. I rolled a 4. We'll put this sea tower over here. All right, the other sea towers come out the game. Now I can put these 10, I can put 10 more of the regular hexes down. So I'm going to put 4, 5, 6, and then 4. So we're going to have a food source there. We're going to have a source of plunder here, a source of food here, a source of, again, the resources on the back just show you, hey, when you explore this, this is generally what you can expect to get. Plus, like, I think assault are like always icy wastes. The where the food is can often be badlands or marshes. So you get a sense the more you play, like what you can kind of expect, and it might affect. Hey, do I really want to explore this? I mean, the more you learn these tiles, the better off you'll be. I am definitely not at the point yet where I've memorized what the tiles are and what I haven't seen and what I've seen, and that definitely can lead to some very unfortunate results. Or like, I just tried to explore and now I just lost 4 havens. It's like, no. All right, that's done. These can all go in the box. Have you tried this multiplayer as Sagitt? Yes, I have. A few of my friends really like it. But they're like the kind of friends that I've played like really long co-ops with, like Spirit Island fans and stuff like that. So I would not try this with, I've tried it with a very select group of my gamer friends, and I think that really affects the results I've gotten. Like I have a decent sense of which of my friends would like this and which wouldn't, and I haven't really tried this. I haven't truly tried the, you know, color outside the line, so to speak. Okay, Sagitt says, okay, so if you reach far to the top of the main camera, you can begin to reach down on the small camera. Gotcha. If we reach far, huh? Well, it's just the opposite view. I think is what you're saying. I will be honest. I have watched parts of your games of this, but never the full thing. Was looking at the latest campaign as well. Just somehow did not feel the complete attraction to it. Yeah, I wasn't totally sold on it either. Again, I got a review copy, so again, I would have factor in that into whatever opinion I have. But when I got it, I was and Adam Smith from Rolling Solo was very high on it, and we're really we're not like super close. We're definitely friends, and he was like, "Look, man, you'll really like it." So, and he was absolutely right about that. And then once I started playing, I really liked the puzzle. I liked the challenge. It's definitely a dice chucker. There's a lot of ways to mitigate. All the different heroes like play very differently. I love the world building that they have here. I just think there's a ton of things to like, but it's definitely, it's not wacky and zany like Too Many Bones, but there's definitely some crazy swings and some, crazy things that can happen. I think Tom Vassel's review of it was kind of garbage. It kind of showed me he hadn't really played the game very often because he just didn't seem to know what the hell he was talking about. Like, I wish he did like sometimes they do like the Four Squares review. He's like, I have so many friends that love this game. It's like, yeah, then get one of them on the channel, dude, to kind of give a more accurate or at least a more balanced depiction of it. But it is what it is. But if you want to take Tom Bassel's view at face value, I could see like some of what he said as complaints. I could see others kind of agreeing with, but I do think a large amount of his review was very much, was not consistent with how the game actually plays, and seemed like he didn't fully get it. And like that's fine. This game is not be for everybody, by a long shot. But there's a lot in this game that I personally love. So cool. Well, I'm going to be definitely featuring it probably every 2-3 months for the foreseeable future, especially once we get that expansion content. I'm super excited about the things that they're doing. Like one of the things I like about the expansion content, look, everything I've heard about it. If you and Not Board Gaming did a long interview with Cornelius that I thought was really informative, and it just kind of went through each of the modules of the expansion and just kind of talked about what it's doing. And they're just trying to add layers instead of trying to like bring the game in a whole different direction. There's no more my table couldn't fit it. So thank God for this, but there's no more sideboards or anything. They're just adding layers to a game that's already super interesting, and all the new factions seem really, really cool, and I'm excited to try them out when I get them. So, Saja says, "Oh, I go against the views of Dice Tower quite often, especially for the big deep games. I have no problem with that. Also, just the pricing for what I would want to get is a tad too much. Yeah, they definitely spared no expense in the production. Not necessarily like Chip Theory game style, but you are praying. You're not praying for anything. I mean, you could be praying for things too. That's cool, but you are paying for some level of overproduction. I personally love it. I also love the fact that it's standees, not minis, but for them, they were basically helping the manufacturer. These minis, having colored minis, I mean, this was really the first game to do it on this scale that I know about, and that definitely costs some in production, but it's definitely cheaper than minis. It's cheaper to ship than minis, and it's better and easier to store than minis would be, so I absolutely love the standees. I love the artwork on them. I love the way the colors pop. I will say though, when I was first seeing this on camera, like it looked like a little bit like a kiddie game to me. It's like because it just it evoked like those, I don't know, those childhood toys that have these like little plastic things. It's on the table. This game pops, man, and I really really dig it from that level. But yeah, it does. It is not a cheap game, but it is a big game, and I think the price and the experience of it, I do think there's a level where that it's a reasonable price for what you're getting for sure. So, but that's again my opinion on it. So I'm going to shuffle up the horde deck. We're going to have 5 of our hordy friends join the fun. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're going to go over here, and these 5 just come out of the game, and then we're going to have 5 of the Legion. Remember thematically, for those who don't know, what's happened is with the Crow, well, the Renegades are a little different, but the Crow were one of the people that lived in this land, and we were living our beautiful, lovely goblin troll crazy lives and having a grand old time. And the Imperials came in and took over and subjected us to just years and decades of awfulness, and were just really terrible people to live under, and their leadership was gross. And then they, based on how they were leading us, somehow they opened up like a portal to the gates of hell, and through the gates of hell now we have the Chaos, who are turning the land into this vast icy wasteland. And the Chaos is now trying to get to the capital. They hate our leaders, we hate our leaders, and we're taking this opportunity, as the Chaos is kind of messing up the balance of power, so to speak, that we're like kind of uniting to come out and work together to uprise against the capital. So the enemy of our enemy is our enemy. uh all across the board. They will fight with each other. We will fight with them. We will not fight with each other, but we don't exactly fully trust each other either. So we're not exactly working together, although it's a cooperative game, but we kind of have this like weird relationship, which I think works very, very well. So we're kind of, the Renegades are actually sympathizers to the Uprising. They used to be part of the Legion. They have since renounced their Legion-y ways, and now they're their own faction working together against their former bosses, so to speak. But we have to watch out for this Chaos that is trying to come in, and they're going to basically wipe out everything they can in their path, whether it's our havens, whether it is the garrisons of the Legion, etc., etc. Now, the capital in the apocalyptic mode, the capital starts with 3 garrisons. Every level of these buildings is considered a garrison, so they have the same strength as each other. They just get smaller, so you can stack them. And then you have 1 garrison on each of these surrounding hexes. In some other modes, you might only have something like that, but again, we're playing apocalyptic mode, so we have all those garrisons on the board. The Legion will score points based on how many hexes they have garrisons on at the end of every chapter, and then the Chaos are going to score points based on how many curses they have on the board at the end of every chapter. So we'll see how that goes. Generally speaking, the Legion might start getting off to a big lead. That's fine. If we control the Chaos early, then we can kind of come back and wall up the Legion later. That's a good situation to be. Sajid, I see what you're saying, and I completely understand the arguments about production value. I guess part of it is that I really overspent last year in games, and even with that, I had to cut something. Yeah, no doubt. Anyhow, good luck to the baddies. See you around. I have to bail now. Cheers. Thanks, Sajid. Oh, well, if I freeze, I'm assuming someone else is in the chat ready to help me out. But yeah, I definitely saw 5 concurrents not that long ago. So I'm assuming that, that's not me, Mrs. Playthroughs, and my parents. I'm assuming there's someone else on board for this ride, but we'll see. And maybe Papa will show up and surprise me. But I'm going to shuffle the Druid cards. Now, one of the, again, official erratas at this point is the Druid cards used to start face down. They realized that was a little bit underwhelming as a mechanic because Druid power. This game's already hard, and Druid powers are hard to trigger as it is because you need to roll a lightning bolt that you want to use to enact one of the Druid powers. The Druids are getting a full makeover in the expansion. They're going to have color, and it's like they're going to look like actual characters. It's going to be pretty cool. But I'm going to roll a D10. And we're going to set the Druid cards around the board. There's going to be 4 slots for Druid cards, and we'll start that now. So I roll a 7. So, the first Druid card is the Silence. During an archery or a clash round, we could spend a lightning bolt to have you and our enemy to ignore all damage. That's before damage, and that is only once per combat. So the entire combat, we have one chance to be like, I don't like those rolls. No one's taking any damage from anybody. We're going to roll this D8 to get the rest of these out there. The next one is the Wanderer. During archery and clash, we can draw 1 item from the item deck, give it to any player, even if they could not use it, because normally you can only use items if the value on the items based on your skills matches up. So, for instance, with Dugpa and Talak, I could not normally use an item that requires some kind of stat in Might or Guile, at least based on my current stats. So we'll see how that develops. So that can be really strong. I like that a lot. And that is also once per combat. I'm going to roll the D8 here. It's a 7. The Red Hand, I love this one. Archery and clash, place 1 skeleton here, or remove all and roll their dice immediately before damage once per round. So what does that mean? So in the first round of combat, say I roll a lightning bolt that I don't want to use for anything else, I can place a skeleton here from the box. Second round, I roll a lightning bolt that I don't want to use for anything else. Bam. Third round, I can roll, I roll a lightning bolt. I can take all the skeletons off, and then I can roll the equivalent of how many red dice those skeletons would roll against the enemy, right? So each skeleton will basically roll 1 red die. So it can amass a lot of damage against the enemy and can be really, really useful in combat. And remember, neither the Chaos nor the Imperials can use that. Only we could use that. And over the course of the game, you can really stack up a whole bunch of skeletons and use it for a big attack as needed. And I think we'll be able to get enough lightning bolts, especially with Talak, the way this game unfolds. So we'll see how that works out. That could be a really big weapon at our disposal. And I'm going to roll a D6 here. That's a 2. Bam. We have the Tree Mother, Archery and Clash. Place your cheapest unit in resources from the reserve here. Max 5 units per hex. After damage, once per combat. So the word here is a little funny. Here on this board, and this is going to be fixed in like the expansion. They've already had like some official erratas on this stuff. Here means on that card. Everywhere else, here appears. Here generally means the hex where the combat is taking place. So you basically got to place your cheapest unit in reserve from the reserve here. That's huge. That's a really, really nice lightning bolt power. So I'm excited to see that. Definitely some interesting plays. Sajid, wait, your parents are watching? Sarah as well? Hi, Sarah. Mrs. Playthroughs was watching. We've had some weird construction stuff going on, so like we were not allowed to sleep in our bedroom last night because we didn't want to get poisoned by some stuff that was being sprayed in our 3rd floor. But yeah, so getting poisoned isn't fun. But so she was down here doing work. I think she just went out to get some food. She's like, all right, I hear my husband talk enough in a day. We're good. But she misses you all. She's just been busy, man. She's been real busy at work. She's doing some cool stuff, and really kind of proud of the things she's doing in the world. She's just a better person than me. I'm just busy trying to defeat some trolls and orcs and manticores, Sajid, and manticores. All right, let's shuffle up the quest deck. Yeah, let me talk about the rest of this week. Tomorrow and Thursday, I am doing my first playthrough of Maquis. The Maquis were a French resistance group against the Nazis in World War II, resisting the rule of the Nazis as the Nazis were trying to expand across Europe. Again, I'm not a World War II historian or scholar, so whatever I said, if any of that sounded absurd, that's probably my fault. It's fine, but it's a little solo worker placement game where you are trying to carry out missions against the Nazis, and it's excellent. That was a review copy sent to me by Gigamat Games. Also, I think Side Root Games is the official publisher, but really impressed with that one. I was like, oh, we'll see. I'm not a huge worker placement guy. I really dig that game. I'm also on Friday going to get a playthrough of the Lost Expedition on the channel. That was a game recommended to me by a patron, Alfred. It's like a small box game from Osprey Games. It's nice to have a game from Osprey Games, and it's like, oh, they actually know how to make a good game from a production standpoint, unlike the abomination that is Imperium Legends or Imperium Classics. Because woof. So yeah, really like the Lost Expedition. It's a nice little light on rules, pretty moderate on strategy, not easy to win at all, at least not with the expansions, which I haven't really explored yet. So I'm excited to get that on the channel on Friday. Really starting to dig some of these small box games as my basement fills up very quickly with these behemoths that I have. So super excited about that. Next week, you can expect a playthrough of Vengeance. We'll have another playthrough of Mage Knight, as always, every other week. And then try to think what I have coming down the pipe for next week. But I'm going to get 4 playthroughs on the channel next week. And then the rest of the month's going to be a little crazy, but I'll get as many playthroughs on the channel as I can for sure. So this is the item deck. I'll put that up here, and we will deal with this. So that's going to be a little bit off camera, but that's fine. I'm going to use these spaces for quests. I'm going to use this where it says quest deck. I'm going to use that for the 3 available items. And then the chapters, I'm going to make this work. No, actually, you know what? I'll put the item deck over here. That's even better. And then I'll have item deck, item discard, 3 items, and that's fine. I'm going to get ready with the chapters. There are 7 different chapters for the various 7 different options for each of the 4 chapters. You're supposed to randomize which one you use. Now, if you're not playing with the ones that have the red skull, there will be less options for you. Those are not recommended for beginning players. They tend to be a little bit nastier or a little bit more advanced. So you see 2 of my 4 Druid cards actually have that red skull. All right. So, but I think when it comes to the Druid cards, I think they're actually really helpful. They help balance out the difficulty of the red skulls on everything else. There are red skulls in some of the Horde or Legion. There are going to be red skulls on some of these chapter events. There are some red skulls on the items as well. So they do really add a lot of layers to the game. I'm going to roll a D8 for chapter 1. I rolled a 2. I'm just going to put this off to the side. We'll get our chapter 2 card. Poisoned, you say? Scent of manticores. And then we say hi to her. Keep it going, man. Thank you, Sagitt. I appreciate it. Rolling this. I rolled a 1, so we're going to put that underneath the chapter 1 card. Instead of having them all laid out, I'm just going to make better use of space for the video. I do love these sideboards. You could absolutely play without them. I think they could have been designed a little bit more space conscious, but you don't need the sideboards. I just think they add a lot to the video. But obviously, I'm covering up parts of it and using parts in different ways than strictly intended. But just lets it lay it out very nice for me. I really love this chapter track. The chapter track, there are games when you're learning where you can put it away for 3 weeks and come back and be like, what's going on? The chapter track is such a nice tool, not only for learning the game, but also having it really come back to you a lot quicker if you walk away from it for a few weeks, which is pretty amazing. I rolled that. That's a 1. So we have our 4 chapter cards. Chapter. I don't know what chapter is. A chapter card. I'm going to put this over here, and then I'm just going to use that as like a discard, so to speak, for the chapter 2 space. I'm not really going to be using the rest of the chapter spaces. Let me pause this real quick. I mean, I guess I wasn't really pausing anything as much as I was muting things, but you know, and then I remembered to turn the audio back on, which is something I don't always do. All right, we are set, kids. It's an exciting day here in the land of what's this? I always forget what this is. It's not Anchor. It's Azul. Azul with an HL, baby. All right, let's go storm the Capitol. Woo! All right, and we're gonna do the chapter track. We're gonna reveal one druid. Well, they're all revealed now, so we don't have to worry about that. We're gonna flip all of our face down cards back up. They're all face up. We don't have to worry about that. We're gonna regain our 8 action points. Again, this is more for like later chapters. Boom! Deal 3 new items. Item number 1, the Leeching Orb. Does not have any prereqs to be able to use it or buy it for that matter. It costs 4 salt, and we can discard this to remove 1 curse in any hex and gain a point. That could be excellent, although that is a lot of salt to be spending in round number 1. We're also going to have the Horn of Brotherhood. This does require 1 guile, so at this point, neither of our heroines can actually take it, but we discard it. Every player may place their units from play into another player's combat, destroy them after combat, and that's actually could be very, very strong if we can take it. But again, we do not have. Oh, I'm sorry. That doesn't require guile. It requires lead. That could be very strong. I think I'm going to grab that, and we're going to want to have that available for us in the future. Because what that means is a battle can be happening, and then like we can play that card, and everyone else can send their units in, and kind of finish off a battle that might be going sideways. It's a super powerful tactic for late game. So I'm digging that. This requires 2 guile, the Horn of Yor. It costs 3 salt when you use a command action, pays 0. That's excellent. However, pays 0 food, I should say. But unfortunately, there's no chance that either of our heroines are going to be able to pick that up unless we get super lucky with a quest or something like that. We're going to deal 3 new quests. The first quest off the bat is the Hungry Giant. Love that. So, negotiating with these brutes is surprisingly tricky. It you only succeed on 1 of the 3 different challenges here. If you roll 4 skulls, you get a point and you succeed. If you roll 2 shields, you can add a black die to the roll. We'll explain that in a second. If you roll 2 lightning bolts, you succeed. You just don't have any additional benefits. If I succeeded all 3, I can get a point, add a black die to the roll, and get no benefits. Also, if my heroes on the Highlands, when they're attempting this quest, they get an additional blue die. Now, what happens if we succeed? If we succeed, we choose 1 legion or horde, then we roll a black die and apply all damage. Reroll any times we roll. If we roll that just gets re-rolled. And then we discard the quest. Now remember, the black die, 1/2 of the black die is just 1 damage guaranteed. 1/6 of the die is a lightning bolt. 1/6 of the die is 2 skulls, and 1/6 of the die is 3 skulls. Rest of the quests, we have the Intercept the Empress Caravan quest. This says the Crow volunteered their wargs to draw off Imperial attention in a frontal assault while your band made its run. So if we can roll 4 skulls, we get 2 points. If we get 1 shield, we can draw a new quest. And if we get 2 lightning bolts, we can get 3 salt. However, we need to succeed at 2 of those 3 things to actually solve this quest. If we do, we gain 1 item from the market. Even if you could not use it, discard this quest. That could be a really good way to get that. However, 2+, especially early when my hero dice aren't that developed, that's always risky. The math of 2+ is super, super hard, and I'm very hesitant to try that, especially early when I have so many other things I want to use with my action points. So we'll see if I even try that. Probably not. And then finally, willing to fight. After the Butcher's Scorched Earth offensive, freeing his captives and arming them for their revenge was imperative. 3 skulls, we get a point. 1 shield, I can discard any items from the market. That allows the market to refresh in the middle of a round. Could be really helpful. And then 2 lightning bolts, no extra reward, but it would count towards solving. 1+, if we solve it, place 1 basic unit on each of your havens. Every other player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens or explore an empty hex and discard this. And again, failure, lose 2 resources. Otherwise, the Empire gains 2 points. If your hero is on a hex with enemy units, +1 red die. And this one, if your hero is on a waste hex, +1 red die. So some interesting quests, none of them that really killed us, which is great, and I appreciate that. Pass the first player token to the left. We're going to keep it with Talak to start the game. And now the event phase. Add 2 threat to all legions and hordes in play, and then the first player is going to draw and resolve the first event. What is the first event? Esther's Essence! The threat level is 4. That means any horde or chaos that come in during chapter 1, if it doesn't say otherwise, they will default to having a threat of 4. The Inquisition seeks to reassemble Esther's Essence scattered when the curse destroyed all life on the mainland. Place 1 salt on each unexplored hex that shows salt. If you flip that hex, you gain the salt. Don't mind if I do. Alright, you're an unexplored hex, and 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 all of these are showing, that's not the right thing. All these are showing assault. I dig it. Thank you, Aster's Essence. Now, aware of the Prophet of Thorn's purpose, the Inquisition holds her captive, staving off the return of the old gods. We're going to place 1 Legion at threat 4 and its target on a sea tower. The Legion will stay there. It does not retarget. So the Legion will always be at that sea tower, which is waiting for us to hopefully come and smack it off the face of the earth. Marty, hello, sir. The side counter for this game is so epic. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate it. All right, Imperial. We're gonna have our first Legion. We don't always get a Legion in Chapter 1, but I like when we do. The Magebreaker. Ugh. That's not the Legion I wanted to see. Wolf. So once unleashed, she would hunt any mage in a blind crawling rage. If I remember correctly, the FAQ says the mage overrides the event. So the mage is coming in at level 4. We're going to place her target, remove 1 sea tower, and then place the mage breaker on her hex. Oh man, which one do I want to try to get through the sea tower? I think I want Talak to get some food. Talak needs a lot of food. So Talak's going to be heading this way. So I don't want to remove this one. We'll have the Mage Breaker go here. So we're placing the Mage Breaker's target. How the heck does this go together? I guess the target goes on the sea tower, but then she's going to have to retarget. But every time she retargets, remove a sea tower from the game. This is confusing. Where's Pavel? This is a rules quagmire that let me try to Google it real quick because I'm confused. This gets really weird. All right, I'll do one shot at it, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna dig guess. So Uprising board game, because if you just read Uprising, you get all a bunch of weird stuff. Magebreaker and Acer's Essence. This is a really weird interplay. Magebreaker and other questions after my first play. Sorry about that. General tips. Nope, not helpful. Let me try to think this through. I think we just ignore this. Place 1 Legion at threat 4 and its target on a sea tower. This is going to override that. Then the question is, what the heck do I do with her target? Since I'm placing her in a different place, I don't think we're actually retargeting here. So I'm just going to ignore that and just place the Mage Breaker normally, and then Pavel can kind of correct me in comments later if that was wrong. So I'm going to replace her target. I'm going to place the Mage Breaker's target like normal, and I'm just going to place it on Dugpa, and we're going to go try to rough her up before she gets totally out of hand. So yeah, every time she retargets, she removes a sea tower. That's not great. So we're removing this sea tower from the game, and we're placing her here. Remove 1 sea tower if possible from the game. Place the Maze Breaker on the hex. So 1 sea tower is out. The salt that was on top of that goes away, and we'll go from there, and the Mage Breaker is going to go in this line. Place one horde at threat 4 on an empty hex adjacent to a different sea tower. So we're going to get this horde. We have the Siren. Wow, these are just brutal. It is a little bit like too many bones to me when, like, whenever you pull a baddie too many bones, you're like, oh, not them. There aren't many things in this deck that I pull off that I'm like, oh yay! It's usually like, damn it, they're all so bad, and it's great. Like, the assassin. There are some I hate more than others. The assassin is brutal. The assassin will still ruin my games more than any others. But again, they're all freaking bad, man. I mean, the executioner is nasty. The freaking the false messiah is awful. I mean, there's so many that are just so bad. But we're gonna have the siren. The siren's gonna come in adjacent to a different sea tower. We'll put her over there by that, and she's coming in at threat 4. Again, we use these little things to indicate what level they are at. And she has some really gross powers. Place a curse on any hex with no X, empty if possible. So we have to place a curse, and it has to be on a place with no X. Now remember, anywhere where a curse is already has an X, so we can't place it there. We can't place it on any of these icy wastes because they all have X's on them, so we have to put this sucker here. Now, had there been any garrisons or anything there, we would destroy it, which is something I might just do. Yeah, I'll put this sucker here, and we'll destroy that garrison. No, on an empty hex. That is not empty, Greg. Bam! I was just joking. So that's fine. So this is going to go over here. Empty. Empty is a difficult word. So that was fun. Place one activation token on each Horde and Legion in play. If it was Chapter 4, you would do 2. And now we go to the build phase. Finally, Talok's like, I want more feet. Give me a feat. All right, we have the Imperial Engineers. I mean, I'm assuming she has feet already. I don't know, little dragon feet. That's how dragons sound in my head. So Imperial Engineers, archery and clash, you may remove one wall or tower here instead of one unit. That's not terrible. Remember, every time you place a haven, we don't build walls and towers normally. You actually automatically have them come in with a wall and a tower. So that's an interesting thing. Could just give us some extra cushion if we're fighting on places with our havens. And then, or clash, flip this to change all of your blues to show shields. Woof. The thing I hate about both of these is that I really wanted an extra skill because I really wanted extra resources, because that's going to be rough. But I remove a wall. I'm not going to have walls and towers for a minute. Man, I don't know if I want to take on the siren. I probably do, though. Siren's so bad. If I can go there, build a haven, I'll get a wall on the tower automatically. It could give me a little cushion because of siren. Or do I flip this? That's only once a round. Great. I'm gonna do Arch, and that here is confusing. Imperial Engineers, because it's not your hero's X. So I think it's just like anytime there's a combat, I can always remove wall or towers, is how I interpret that. And that's fine. So this one goes on the bottom of the deck. Dunskies. I'm going to get feats for our girl Dugpa. I get archery and clash. Flip this to lose one skull and gain a lightning bolt. That's not terrible. Or I can get an extra skill. I definitely want an extra skill. One of these needs to be built out for quests. So Dugpa is going to get an extra might skill, which means that when she does a quest, she'll actually be rolling a red die along with the rest of her hero dice. Put this away, and she's going to get 3 resources. I don't know what I'm going to want to take yet, so I'm just going to put a die there to indicate I have 3 extra resources. And that will be great. So we're going to go to the next step. Build any units, towers, or walls from the reserve on any of your havens. Now, one thing I should say is that both of these units, both of these factions, their havens cost 3 to build. They normally cost 2. And again, like I said, the only weird thing is the Renegades cannot build walls and towers at this point. They have their own way of building walls and towers. They're just automatic. Man, can I take out the Mage Breaker The Mage Breaker's coming for me. I mean, maybe I try to cut them off there. I always want to be, you have to be a little concerned about leaving your home havens vacant because, again, a skeleton can come in and wipe it out if there's no one there to defend it. That's super annoying. So lots of things to consider, but I'm going to build a marksman for sure, because that's going to give me +1 blue die in archery. So that's going to cost me 3. Again, you can build up to 5. There's no way I can build 5. I do not have the cash. But I could build a lizard. Man, this is the not having the extra 3 resources with the renegades is just absolutely brutal. Yeah, I just don't even think I can get a lizard to start this sucker. So willing to fight could be interesting. 1 basic unit. I'm not gonna have 3 different colors. The riders. I mean, if I knew that was a Badlands, I would actually bring them in a heartbeat. And a heartbeat. I mean, I could convert 3 food into another resource, because again, you can convert 3 of any type of resource into 1 of another type of resource. But that seems like a giant mistake. I could spend the 5, since I know I can get some food and get a war lizard out. Or get an elite warrior out. That I don't hate. It's expensive. It's expensive. That's fine. I'm doing that. And then I'm going to spend 2 and 1 to get the marksman out. Again, we only have 2 of them. I got both of them out, which means I'm going to get change of 1. So I spent 5 resources, and so I spent 11 resources total, which leaves me with 4, and then these 3 will go here. And that will be fine. These will go here, here, here. Done. All right, now we have to build for the crow. Remember, I have 3 resources going in. I'm going to build... I don't want to build my troll first round. That's crazy talk. But I could build him for 3 and 2. I could build an archer for 2 salt. I can build... I'm going to want to keep some food because I'm going to need to be able to command these suckers. I'm going to get some bricks there from plunder. Yeah, I think I get 5 out pretty easily. Because what I can do is make this into 2 salt and a food. That's enough to get that out, and then I can spend 1 more food to get this guy out. So I bring this out, get 2 food and 1 food. So that cost me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 resources. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 resources. Math is hard. And that is 11 resources there. And it leaves me with 5 plunder and 2 food, and all these guys can come here. Die goes away. Can I just use that die as 3 wilds? I mean, technically, you're supposed to take the resources when I take the feat, but like again, I'm gonna figure out the math of what I want to build eventually. So I just take the randoms, and then we'll figure out the rest as we go. So I have 4 resources left. Oh shoot! What have I done? What have I done? I spent 11. I had 18. I put back the wrong stuff. I should have 7 resources left over here. So I had 5 plunder and 2 food. Like I said, I didn't spend any plunder. Aries, my Clouds by order finally shipped today after almost a week. I went all in after watching your videos. If I'm lucky, I might be able to play in the weekend. Awesome. Yeah, dude, that's great. Yeah, once you get the shipping notification, their system with Quartermaster is pretty pretty quick. At least for I don't know where you live, but I mean I'm up in Pennsylvania, and I usually get my stuff within a couple of days once it ships out of Orlando, which is really cool. So, I mean sometimes it gets delayed. I mean it's FedEx. I mean there's always a chance something can take a little bit longer, but usually from Orlando to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia at least, I get it within a couple of days. All right, that is that. Let's get to our actions phase. So we're going to take actions until all players have passed. We have 8 action points. Everything on this costs an action point. So move costs an action point, trade costs an action point, command costs an action point, explore, building a haven, doing a market action, or doing a quest. If you what am I trying to say? No, that's it. Yeah, there are actions that end your turn. So command, explore, build a haven, going to the market, and doing a quest all ends your turn. The rest of them do not end your turn, so to speak. The rest of them, what they do is they enemy units, Highlands, is they just your turn keeps going on. So if I do a trade action, I can trade and then do something else. If I do a move action, I can move and then do something else. Right. So again, those two don't end your turn. And then again, you could always exchange 3 resources of one type for 1 resource of another type, and that does not cost you an action point. I would like to see what's going on over here. That is going to absolutely set the tone for the rest of my turn here. I don't trust that. I mean, if I could do this quest on the Icy Wastelands, which is where I am, but I don't want to deal with that right now. So hopefully we can start knocking down the Siren. She could be really annoying. I would very much like to kill her. She's only gonna give me 1 point, even if I do, which is super annoying. But again, she's a problem. So I'm going to do a move action and a explore action, and I'm gonna move my hero. Remember, my units will not follow me into unexplored hexes. Only the hero can go in unexplored hexes, and only the hero can go across the impassable mountain regions, and we'll see how those come out. So I'm flipping this. I expect to get food here. I'm going to need food to do some command actions. And we have the Omeda prison. It is a Badlands, and that's going to be really tricky to place. Woof. All right. We're going to gain 3 food automatically. So we're going to get 4 its captives. The line between reality and madness soon began to blur in Omeda prison. Give me 3 food. Thank you. Place 1 legion and its target here and only here. There are no garrisons, but now we have another legion that's going to be a big problem, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to take it out in the very first round. But we'll see. I could just leave the legion there and let the Siren come in, because the Siren would indeed activate and come that way, and then I could hopefully weaken something to take that out next turn, but that's going to delay me getting a haven out, and I really want to get a haven out, because that's my source of resources as the renegade, so that's a problem. All right, so I'm going to get another legion, so we're getting 2 legions off the game pretty early, and guess what? It's my favorite. It's the assassin. She's the best. All right, every character can only have 1 target. And the assassin's a 10, which means she might be if she doesn't have any activation tokens now, but if she gets one over the course of this round, guess what? She's going to activate and come right toward my home. And that makes me a little bit sad. So she's going to place her target. She has to place it on one of my havens with the fewest units. I only have 1 haven, so she's definitely placing it there. And that's just, she targeted me. All my feats get flipped. And that's super gross. I hate her. Really bad. I'm like, the assassin's the worst. Bam, assassin. All right, so oh no. Place her target, then that player flip their starting feats, and then place 1 activation token on her card. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. The target, based on my prison, goes there. Oh, thank God. That would have been really bad. So her target goes there, and therefore I don't have to flip my feats even, because she's not after me. She's going to just stay in Omeda prison. But she's going to get roughed up by the Siren. All right, all of that worked out a lot better. But we do place an activation token on her, which will mean that we're going to have a garrison there, which means the Siren's going to have to take care of the garrison before it deals with her. And that could all be all sorts of a mess. We're going to get the Assassin's thing, and she is now here. Hello, Assassin. Welcome to the game. And she gets an activation token on her card. Isn't that fun? Woof, a lot happened. I'm from Germany, so it's different from the UK. Oh, yeah, it was a Galaxy Spiral. Nah, man, that's cool. That's real cool. Yeah, it's a great game, man. It's chip theory. I mean, you gotta push through that learning process. It was definitely the least fun I've ever had learning a game. So if my videos have helped anybody learn that game better and easier, I am grateful. Whoa, learning that game was the worst. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. But I digress. Let's go back to the task at hand. We have Doug. We have Dugpa. I think Dugpa's going to try to do some damage to the Mage Breaker because we're pretty much guaranteed to face them this turn because I want to build a Haven there. I'm going to let the Siren and the Assassin take each other out to some level, and that will be fine. Yes. Oh, shoot. When the Siren got placed, the heroes with the lowest guile had to place their standee on her Hex. That was another immediate effect I forgot. So I actually am all the way over there, which is super awesome. Wow. I still want to put her there because she had to go into the Screaming Sea. No, yeah, I still wanted to put her there. Doug was so far away. Welp. That's fine. We'll be able to get Doug put back, but woof. Woof and woof. Yeah, sorry. The immediate effects is something I was just forgetting to do. I didn't forget it for the Mage Breaker, but I definitely forgot it for the Siren. Immediate. The hero with the fewest guile are placed. So the Siren, again, we have no guile. She just drew us forth. Our we were so drawn to the Siren. We had to go from near and far to get where she was. But this is a sea tower. We'll have ways to get back. All right, so I'm going to do a move and explore to explore the sea tower with Dugpa. It's not the most ideal thing I want to do today. Wow! Got to be kidding me. All right, units and heroes are adjacent to any hex. Since I explored this, I do get that salt. If your hero's here, you pay one less for any items on the market. So, plagued by pirates, even before the rebellion, the Empire fortified the sea tower called Z-Guard. You gain two more salt. So I gained the one salt because there was salt on there. I gained 2 more salt because the card tells me to gain 2 salt. I remove any skeletons and place 3 garrisons. I'm going to change these 3 in for a 3-er. I like to have as few tokens as possible. And we're getting a triple garrison over here on Z-Guard. I'm going to set this up to block the path of the Siren because I really want the Siren to go toward Omeda. And actually, I should be here with Talak. Talak. It's Talak. I'm going to actually make this hard to get into, but I'm cutting off the Siren because the Siren's going to go where there's the fewest threat. So 3 garrisons versus 4 threat. If I leave this open to her, she'll go there. But she can't go there now because I have blocked it off. So she's going to have to go to Almeida. Getting it to Z-Guard is going to be a little bit more difficult. But I think all of that is just a better situation, considering my circumstances, which are a little weird. All right, Talak. What's Talak going to do? I don't know. So I can try to do willing to fight. That's not helpful for me right now because I am on a hex with enemy units. Units are going to be, again, Horde, Chaos, or Garrisons, or Skeletons. Talak, I think, is going to want to explore what the heck is going on here. So Talak is going to move and explore. She comes here. We're going to see what is in our path between us and the capital. It is Troll Word. Some scholars claim that giant roots are arms of a god in Troll Word. We're going to gain 2 plunder. If empty, place 2 garrisons here. If not, reinforce. So it is not empty. So reinforce means we just add 1 garrison as opposed to the 2 we would have added if it was empty, but it ends up being the same thing. Place 1 activation on the Legion or Horde card with the fewest tokens. We get to choose. I'm going to put it on the Mage Breaker because I'm planning to smash the Mage Breaker to bits this round anyway. And now this just goes here. Do not want to place it on the Siren, and I sure as heck do not want to place it. Although placing on the Siren isn't crazy. Could be dangerous though. No, I'm gonna place it on the Magebreaker. And Talak's gonna go here. So that is a woods. It means that both sides get to re-roll 2 dice when they're in the woods. Those re-rolls are, and the re-roll would be final. There's still some mechanics. Some re-rolls can get super complicated, which I probably should have clarified before I started the stream again, but we'll get on top of it when I need to. But the Chaos or the Legions only do a re-roll if they roll blanks. If they roll something that's not exactly useful, but it's not blank, no re-roll necessary. So that is good. Now, again, I'm in a sea tower with Duckboat. So that means that these things are now 1 cheaper. So it probably is worth getting the Horn of the Brotherhood. But Leeching Orb is also super enticing. It just cost me the 3. Trying to think. I mean, I want to move, explore, command, and build a haven. So move, explore, command, build a haven. That's 4. That leaves me 2. I also want to do this quest, but I would need to be there for the quest, which is a problem. I don't need to be. I would like to be there for the quest. I really would like to weaken the Mage Tower some. So if I get one of those 2 things, I could spend the 3 to get the Leeching Orb. That lets me get rid of a curse. That could be super important. And then I just won't be able to pull off the Horn of Brotherhood thing. That's fine. So we're going to go to the market. I'm going to spend 3 instead of 4, and I'm going to get the Leeching Orb. Move quest. Move explore. Oh, man. No, yeah, we might not be able to do the Hungry Giant either. Wow. I don't even know if I can get this. Yeah, the Siren bringing me over there really jammed me up because I want to be in a Highlands to do this to get the extra blue. Unless I just don't need the extra blue. Because what I'll be rolling a red, 2 purple, and 2 blues. It's a little risky. Again, the purple, 1/6 of it's going to give me 2 lightning bolts. 1/3 is going to be 1. Oh, sorry, 1/3 is going to be 1 lightning bolt. 1/3 is going to be, sorry, 1/6 is going to be 1 lightning bolt. 1/6 is going to be 2 lightning bolts. So 1/3 of the die gives me at least 1. Getting the 4 skulls is going to be hard. There's also a chance I get a lightning bolt from the red. The 2 blues, there's chances I get shields there. 1/3 of those dice give you a shield. I mean, yeah, there's a chance the Hungry Giant just blows up my face anyway. Yeah, I'm going to get the Leeching Orb. I think I'm going to want that flexibility for later. So that cost me... That's expensive, man. That's expensive. Maybe I don't buy the item. It's so inefficient to move, quest, move, explore. I hate all of that. I hate all of that. Yeah, I'm getting a Leeching Orb. Done. Problem solved. That's going to get replaced. It is the Leviathan Harpoon. Requires 3 might. If I had 3 might with any of my heroes, I could buy it. You may turn 1 of your dice to show 1 single skull, shield, or lightning bolt during damage once per round on your hero's hex. Alrighty then. That was my turn. I went to the market. This little duckbutt went to the market. This little duckbutt stayed home. Alright, we are going to... I need resources. So we're going to command our troops. I'm going to spend a food, so I'm going to turn that 3 into a 2. Or 2 1s, more accurately. And I'm going to command my suckers into Troll Word. Yes, we are. All right. This could go pretty poorly. Hopefully it doesn't. So I'm going to roll against 2 garrisons. I'm rolling 2 white dice because I have 2 marksmen. They are archers, so I can use them in the archery round. And since I have at least 1 marksman, I can also roll a blue die. I'm up against 2 garrisons. When you're up against 2 garrisons, they roll a blue die, 2 yellow dice, and a white dice. And remember, we roll 2 blanks as we are on the forest. I'm going to put this thing here to indicate where the battle's taking place, and now I'll be fine. Pavel, hi Greg, what's up, sir? Madi says to Aries, nice. Next time you are NRW, we can play the second best game ever. Pavel, ha, super rough with the prison as your first explorer. Ouch. Madi says Shift-Games should start paying Greg commission. His videos also convinced me to get too many bones. And C4 Killer Frog, hi ho! Yeah, Shift-Games, I don't want a commission. I'm glad to say I have a developing relationship with them, which is like they sent me Slice and Dice, then it was like 13 months of like nothing. So I did just start communicating with them again. So hopefully, you know, they're, I look, dude, like I love their games and happy to promote them. So, if they can ease the financial burden, especially as I'm basically doing free marketing for them, it'd be really helpful. It is what it is. I'm going to roll 4 dice for the garrisons. I'll just do their rolls first and see what happens. They re-roll 2 blanks. Ah, great. They stayed blank. So that's not terrible. They got 1 shield and 1 damage. That didn't count because that was not a roll. It was a drop. Very different, kids. So we're re-rolling those. I roll 2 blanks. I'm going to re-roll those blanks. I got 1 shield. So I do 1 damage to them and 2 shields. They do 1 damage to me and 1 shield. Nothing happens. So now we go to Clash. Oh, I'm sorry. In Archery, they just roll 2 whites. That was their first. I screwed that up. That was terrible. That's their first Clash roll. I'm leaving that. In Archery, their 1 white die was blanked twice, so I'm not worried about that. This is their Archery roll. In Archery, they just roll 2 white dice. They're going to re-roll the blank. They blanked. Excellent. So their die roll sucks. They never roll a yellow die. They roll the blue. It is what it is. So they're going to have to re-roll a white in Clash. So I do 1 damage to them. That gives me a point for the Renegades. Excellent. And all my guys survived. They did no damage to me in Archery. Now we figure out my Clash dice. My Clash dice are 2 yellows, 2 whites, and I don't get the blue anymore because it's no longer an Archery, and I'm not rolling 3 different colors of dice, so I do not get to turn one of those dice into a purple. So 2 yellows, 2 whites. They've already rolled that blue. They're rolling 1 white die in the Clash round because there's only 1 of them left, so their dice get reduced. They rolled crap, so their white dice are terrible, and I did 7,000 damage and I destroyed that. That's another point. All right, if you're trying to figure out how my brain did all that, and you have questions and you think something there was untoward, that's fine. You're probably right. But it is what it is. The proper amount of dice were rolled the proper amount of times, just in the absolute wrong order, and it was fun. It was fun, so just go with it. So that's that. We got a place to build a haven. I mean, it's gonna be right next to the capital, which is a little dangerous, but I like it. That way I can go here, maybe go back to there. I need food though. Where's my food? I wanted that to be food. It's not. It's so sad. All right, done. Yay! We didn't lose a unit, and we killed 2 garrisons, and we have 2 points. We're winning. Game over. I could do this. Maybe that leeching orb is unnecessary. That's fine. I'm going to move and explore with Duckfoot. Remember, he's in a sea tower. She's in the sea tower, so she can go wherever she wants. She's going to go over here. So move, explore. We're flipping this over. It is the Frost Pass. So we're going to get 2 food, or 2 plunder. I'm really struggling with titles today. I'm going to put 1 in and get a 3. If empty, place a garrison. It is indeed empty, so we will put a garrison. It's also a highland, which allows me to do the hungry troll thing anyway, which is perfect. That's a great result for me. If not reinforced, place 2 garrisons on empty hexes with no X. So I can place these 2 garrisons and empty hexes with no X. There are... So there's only 1 empty hex with no X, which is here. So I have to put a second level somewhere, and I'll just put a second level. I feel pretty confident about my ability to knock these guys out. So it's the Highlands. I'll be rolling 1. I have no shield though. That could go bad. Probably not worth the risk. But I do have Dukpa. And Dukpa's amazing. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it here just to make life a little easier. Oh, it's not an empty hex. Wait, put 2 garrisons on empty hexes with no X. There, I cannot do that. So I just put 1. Pablo, do I just put a second one here then? Yeah, Pablo, let me know if I put a second, because if it's not empty, I don't know if I can place it. Place garrisons. If there's no empty hex or level 1 garrison, place a garrison on the hex with other garrisons. Excellent. I will place a garrison on the hex with other garrisons. I'm going to place it here. Love their little cheat sheets. They're very, very helpful and answer questions as I go. Pavel, if you can answer a question for me, I mean, I'm not going to go back and redo it now, but I did have a weird interplay with Asur's Essence and the Magebreaker right off the bat. And I basically assumed that Asur's Essence just totally got negated by the Magebreaker. So what I did was I placed the Magebreaker's target normally, and the Magebreaker destroyed that sea tower and just kind of moved on. I think that's right based on things I remember reading in the past, but it's been a minute. So, questions? So I'm glad to see you. Hi. Hope things are well in Germany. All right, let's make this happen. We're going to go back to Talak. Talak's going to build a haven. So she's spending 3 plunder. It normally costs 2 plunder with factions, but it costs 3 with them. And then because they're super special, she is going to build it with a tower and a wall. The tower adds a white die during archery and a white die during clash. The wall adds a blue die during clash. Super, super helpful. And remember, we have this thing, archery and clash. We can remove walls here instead of units. And that could be really important. All right, we're going to go back to Dugpa. Dugpa is going to command. We're going to spend a... we're going to command first. We're going to command. We're going to spend this plunder. And we're going to bring... I want to bring all of my units in. We have that... All right, I think I can do something with this willing to fight that's going to be helpful. So command action, I spent the food because I had 5, ended up with 7. I had 3 salt, I spent that on the thing, right. So we're going to move everyone in. I have a way of getting units back on my haven, so I'm not as worried. Assuming Talak can pull off this, which should be doable. I think maybe sort of. Hopefully, let's not get unlucky. And we'll see. So we're going to go here. We're up against 2 garrisons. However, we're in a highland, so only 1 range die, 1 archery die is going to be rolled. We're going to roll this for the garrison. No rerolls because we're not in the woods. And the garrisons roll their 1 die because they're in the highline, so they get 1 shield. I roll a blank. Now, the garrisons are going to roll the white, the 2 yellows, and the blue. I'm going to roll 2 yellows, 2 whites, and a red. Remember, I also have this duck buzz stuff that I can do. It's going to be super exciting. We'll see. So this is my 5 dice against their 4. They're rolling once, 2 damage, and I'm rolling. I do 2 damage. That would cost me 2 units. I am going to do this once per round on my Hero's Hex. I'm going to remove one of my tribesmen. I'm going to get a shield, which saves me a guy, and then it gives me a lightning bolt. And with that lightning bolt, I'm going to do the game what I draw an item from the item deck and give it to any player that cannot afford it, or do the red hand. I think I do. Let me start loading up the red hand. Or if I take an item, the item could be good. I'm going to take an item, and I can give it to any player, which is super flexible. So I'm going to do this Wanderer, draw an item, and give it to any player, even if they cannot use this round. Ooh, the Flenser. Turn one of your white dice to show one single skull or shield before damage once per combat on your hero's hex. And it's only good in the clash rounds. I will keep it. It requires 2 might normally, but I definitely dig that. I will be rolling. Not everybody guys use a lot of white dice, but I think I'll be more likely to have both my archers in play. I had up to 3 archers, and the renegades only have 2, so I think that makes sense. Now there's still, I got a shield and a lightning bolt. I still have 1 damage to assign, so I'm just going to kill off one of my tribesmen. They're going to go into the Imperial Graveyard. I've killed these 2. I get 2 points, and they go back in the box for now. Duckpaw stands up. She's like, well done, my peoples. And we're going to go ahead and get that. Oh, yeah, that's fine. So Talak's going to go. Talak is going to move and quest. So she's going onto a hex that has enemies. So that's going to allow us to do this willing to fight quest. Now, what's my dice pool? Let me put these dice out of the way to kind of keep the play area nice and clean. And she's going to roll her hero dice. Her hero dice are 3 purples and 1 blue, and we get to add a red. I need 2 lightning bolts, 1 shield, or 3 skulls. So should be doable, and it's kind of important to help guard my havens against these skeletons. In case the skeletons activate, they will activate about 35%, 40% of the time, I think. Something like that. Don't fail me now, Talak! Huzzah! Alright, so we got 5 skulls. That gives Talak 1 point, so the renegades are crushing people, and they're going to go ahead and place 1 basic unit on each of their havens. So 1 there, 1 there. And each other player can place 1 basic unit on any of their havens or explored empty hex. We're going to put the basic archer there. So protected our homes, could still get unlucky, but we have something going on to try to protect our homes against the skeletons if they were to activate. I do wish I was able to put an archer there. I wasn't, and Talak is out of activation points, so I can't command an archer there, but that worked out really, really well. And that quest will just come out of the game. Put these here, here, and here. All right, we're going to go back to the crow's turn. The crow is very interested in building a haven, so going to spend 3 plunder. Now, it doesn't come in all cool like our friends. We're going to have to build the wall and the tower the hard way, but definitely want a haven there, and hopefully we can defend against the Magebreaker. And the crow still has 1 more activation, which is absolutely nuts considering I started my freaking turn over there and had to move all the way across the map. But again, that's where the flexibility of the sea towers come in, which is really nice. So the crow's going to come in and they're going to do a quest action, and we're going to try to knock the Magebreaker down because the Magebreaker can be really nasty in her current state. So we're going to roll 1 red die because we added that might that might stat to us in the feat phase. We're going to get 2 purples and 2 blues. And additionally, since we're on a Highland, so we got lucky that was still a Highlands, we get another blue. I need 4 skulls, 2 shields, or 2 lightning bolts, and I only need to succeed at one of those 3 in order to carry out the rest of the effects. 2 shields would be super awesome. Fantastic. So I got 3 skulls, and so I failed on that. No lightning bolts, I failed on that, but I got the 2 shields. So I don't get the point, but I get to do this. Choose 1 Legion or Horde. Magebreaker. I'm going to roll 1 black die against them, and because I got 2 shields, I can add another black die against them, and we're going to knock them down to size a little bit and teach that Magebreaker a lesson, because they're the freaking worst. So, rolling 2 black dice against the Magebreaker, applying damage, 1 damage, reroll this, 1 damage, reroll this. Oh, the bare minimum. Knock them down to 2. So, would have preferred something better, but it still should be plenty enough to be able to defeat them. Alright, this quest then gets discarded, and I feel good about that. So I've used all my activation points, definitely ended up in a much better place than I thought I might, considering how this round started, but we'll see how this plays out now that we go to the rest of the phase. Nemesis phase. Activate the legions and hordes once for each activation token on them. The assassin's going to activate. She's like, well, I'm stuck here in this little prison, but doesn't mean I can't poop out a garrison. Bam. That's what she does. So she poops out a garrison. She doesn't move anywhere because she's already on her target, and she never retargets it. So the target goes there and only there, and she doesn't move anywhere else. Her activation thing comes off. The Magebreaker is like, well, I'm going to activate because I'm the friggin' Magebreaker, and I'm going toward my target there, which I think is right. Pablo will likely confirm or tell me I'm wrong in a little bit. So the Magebreaker's going to poop out a garrison here, and now she's going to activate, and she moves toward her target in the most direct path, and I put another haven in her way. So she's like, woo, more havens. She gets very excited about that. So she's going to come in, and we're going to go to have a little bit of a battle. So I'm going to put these guys on their side for the overhead, and that will go here. So we are going to go to the archery phase. Remember, we're in the Highlands, so only 1 die. So the Magebreaker would have a yellow or a yellow. We're going to take the best of those 2. I think we'll take a yellow, and I'm going to have 1 white die. So Magebreaker rolls her yellow die, does 1 damage. I roll my white die, I do 1 damage. Magebreaker goes down to 1, and I lose a thing. I will lose another one of my dudes. Now the Magebreaker's lightning bolt power is she will gain 1 skull for each lightning bolt on all dice, which is really nasty. So hopefully she doesn't roll a lightning bolt. She will be rolling 1 black die. This could end very poorly for me, but all I need to do is 1 more damage to her, and she's out. So hopefully we can finish her off. So we're going to go to archery. I have 2 white dice. Remember, I have the Flenser, which should be really helpful, and I also have a red die. The Magebreaker, and I also have a bunch of other things. So, and I could take away another unit. You want to be careful doing that too much, because all of a sudden, like, I have no more units. However, the more units I get rid of, the Tree Mother, my cheapest unit in resources from the reserve, like, I mean, that could be the Troll eventually if everyone else is on the board or removed from the game. So you do want to think about that. All right, 1, 2, 3, my dice. The Magebreaker's rolling a black, a yellow, and a white. Magebreaker rolls first. 1 lightning bolt, which is just basically a damage, 1 shield, and 1 damage. So she's doing 2 damage and a shield. I do 2 damage and a shield. That worked out fairly perfectly. If she had another lightning bolt, she would use it to negate my shield. She only has the 1, but so she has 2 damage and a shield. I effectively have 2 damage and a shield, so the Magebreaker's out. The Crow, we're going to get 1, they remove her target, and the Crow, we're going to get 1 point plus a point per magic stat, so we're going to get 3 points as the Crow gets up to 5. Magebreaker is no longer amongst us. Put her target back over there. This will come here. Now, she applied 2 damage to me. I will just get rid of, I don't want to lose another unit from, oh, it's tempting. It's a little tempting. Yeah, why not? We're going to lose another unit. I'm going to get a shield, so I only lose one of my 2 archers. Remember, I don't have really any salt, so that could be important. I'm going to get some salt, but not a lot. And now I get a lightning bolt. I could start beefing up the red hand, or I can get another item and just maybe give one to my friend Talak over here. I'll get another item. The Orb of Stones. Discard this to move 1 horde or legion to an adjacent hex without activating it. That's pretty freaking awesome, too. Man, I really like the Wanderer. Excellent. This is going to stand up. Yeah, these are some very good druid powers, and I'm digging it. I'm digging it. So we have removed 2 of our units from the game, so hopefully the Executioner doesn't come out anytime soon, because that could get real ugly. But I think it was worth doing that early, and we'll see, especially considering my resource situation without, I'm not going to be able to rebuild, you know, any archer, and I did not want to lose 2 of them off the board right off the bat. So that is done. So we've activated the Assassin, we activated the Magebreaker, now we activate the Siren. The Siren's like, well, I don't poop out garrisons, but I'm going to poop out a curse. And the Siren can't go here. She isn't going to go with her enemy, so she's going to head in here. Now, we're just chilling there. We're like just an innocent observer. And the Siren is first going to have to fight against the garrison. So it is Badlands. If there are any rider units, they would add their dice even in range, in archery. That's super important against when you have certain units out. Remember, marshes are the opposite. Again, in marshes, red dice turn to. I mean, a lot of rider units have red dice. But I'm saying this in marshes, a lot of. I guess these. Yep, those riders have red dice. Those riders have red dice. So that could be really helpful. Like fighting in Badlands with our riders could be great because they'll be adding red dice in archery. But against like something like the Bloodworm, who has so many red dice, you probably want to fight him in a marsh because then all his red dice become white dice. So I really like how the terrain plays here. So we're up against the Siren's up against the garrison. The garrison's only one garrison is rolling a blue and a white, and the Siren in the ranged attack phase is rolling a red. So blue and a white against the Siren, it's a damage and a shield, and the Siren whiffs. So the Siren is down to level 3, and the level 1 garrison survives. Oh, not bad. They would have just rolled the white, and they rolled a shield. Nothing, nothing. So the Siren's still at 4 going into archery. Now the blue die got rolled, and the garrison's going to re-roll the white. I don't know why I'm having trouble with archery and clash here. They're going to re-roll the white for the clash phase, and the Siren in clash is going to roll a purple, a yellow, and 3 whites. Her lightning bolt power is super annoying in that you place her on the closest empty hex, and the battle is over. And I don't like it. I'm hoping she does not roll lightning bolt here because I really want her to start chipping away at the assassin to make my life a little easier. So the garrison rolled a 1 shield and 1 damage, and Siren rolled no shields and 3 damage. So the Siren is down to level 3. And the garrison is out. When the garrison is defeated by the Siren, it's just going to go in the Chaos Graveyard. Siren comes back here. Now we can start the battle with the Assassin. We go to range. What's the Assassin's thing? Well, she gains 2 red dice in archery, which, oh, dude, that's such a bad place for her to be. I just realized that. Well, Siren should be dead. But the good thing is you can't use lightning bolts against the Siren. Her seductive ways prevent all of that. So the Siren is rolling 2 blues. The Assassin is rolling 2 reds because they're on a Badlands, a blue, and 2 whites. Seems fair. Seems like a fair fight here. If we can knock even... Oh, well, because Assassin's getting 2 levels back. Yeah, this is not going to end up the way I want it to, is it? Woof. It's going to be rough. Yeah, I don't know how I'm getting Omira ever defeated. I just don't think I am, which is probably important why I got the Leeching Orb, so I can give the Renegades a place to develop. Because again, they need to get their Havens out so they can start doubling that to get their resources amounts. But the Assassin is rolling, and this is going to be like 700 damage. 3 damage and 1 shield. I think the Siren is going to see the last of her days here. Oh, blank and blank. Blankety blank. Blank, blank, blank. Siren is out. Now, that's good that we don't have to deal with the Siren, but it does mean that the Legion gets 1 point. It's 1 point plus 1 point per Guile, so it would have really sucked for us to have to face the Siren because, you know, she might have just kept running away from us, which is super annoying, and it was only a guaranteed 1 point for both of my heroes here, so both of my heroines here, so that would have been a problem. So we give the 1 point to the Legion, so that is the only time that the Horde or the Chaos or the Legion score, the Chaos or the Imperial score, is when directly, instead of putting it in the graveyard and scoring later, is when they kill each other. So 1 point for there. The Siren is out, did 0 damage to the Assassin. The Assassin is going to be an unstoppable force for a while, but we'll see if we can't deal with that at some other point. And these all come out. That was the Assassins. That was the Siren's activation that ended that. And now we go to the rest of the round. So only one remains. We have one assassin stealing over there in Omira prison. Production phase. We're going to gain resources. The Renegade are going to gain double where their havens are. So they're gaining 2 of each resource for their home hex, and then 4 more plunder because of their home on Troll Ward. So they're going to get 6 plunder. They're going to get 2 food. So I'm going to put in 1 and take a 3, and they're getting 2 salt. They're going to put in 1 and take a 3. The Crows score normally, so they have 114 plus 111 plus 2. So they're going to get 225, 245 total. So they're going to get 2 salt. So I actually can rebuild my archer, which is nice. 4 plunder. And 5, I'm going to put in 1 and take 6. That was resources. So again, I did that, like, I lumped those 2 steps together, just got all the resources at once. I find it easier. Empire scores. The Empire is going to score 1 point for every hex with garrisons, which is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. Empire jumps out to a lead with 10. They're going to get 1 point for every Legion in play, and they're going to get 2 points for every faction represented in their graveyard, which could include the Chaos. So there's only Crow there, so they're going to get 2 points for that. So they get up to 13. I already gave them the points, right? Because they had 9 plus 1 plus 2, that's 12, and they had 1 for defeating our friend the Siren. I use friend loosely. We're now going to go to the Chaos. The Chaos is going to score 5 points for their curses in play, and they have no Chaos. They have no hordes in play, so no points there, but 2 points for having a garrison in their graveyard. So they're up to 7. All units are returned. Again, I do that as I do scoring. I just find it easier. The players are going to score. Both player factions are going to score 4 points because they both have 2 havens in play, so it's 2 points per haven. So the Crow go from 5 to 9. The Renegades go from 3 to 7. And then their special hexes, they both have their home hex, which gives them a point each. So 9 to 10 and 7 to 8. That's the end of the first chapter. We'll go on to the next chapter. Woo! Kill a frog. If you kill the Legion with the quest dice, you get the victory points for that. I believe you do. I'm not totally sure. I think you do. Brandon, yeah. It's being killed by a player action, so that player gets the points. You only took 1 damage. You had 1 shield already. Mage only had 1 damage to go through, not 2. Oh! Cool. I'll believe you. Someone else can tell you if you're wrong. Yeah, that sounds right, because I had 2 and 1 shield. I added the shield. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for me, actually. Because I'm going to need all the salt I can get. So, yeah, I dig that. Thank you for the looking out for that. So they still would have gotten the 2 points, though, because I did have 2 tribesmen in there. I have 4 tribesmen remaining in the game. Remember, I've already removed 2 and put them over yonder. Awesome. Thanks for the lookout, Brandon. I appreciate the assist. Let's go to the next round. Reveal a Druid card. Well, they're all revealed because we're playing by better rules. Flip all your face down cards face up. I have flipped over none of my cards. So that's interesting. Ooh. I might have also... I don't remember how I rolled. Oh, yeah, everything... I don't think I rolled any blanks, did I? It's like I turned one of my white dice to show it. I forgot to do the Flenser. So I'm not sure how that would have played out. I mean, there's a chance I could have turned... If I had a blank white die, I could have turned that into a negate. I still think I want to get another item out. So that's fine. I mean, the items can be really helpful. So I think it made sense to do that a little bit early. But yeah, there's a chance I need to remember the Flenser. There's a chance I definitely hurt myself there. Pretty sure you did. Laugh out loud, says Brandon. Yeah, you got both 2 damage and 1 shield. So yeah, I forgot to use the Flenser. That's fine. I took a unit out. I think that made some sense, but I could have maybe kept my tribesmen alive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had a blank white die because I had a red die and a yellow die, which made sense. For one of those two was probably a skull. I get another skull from one white die, and then I got to turn the other white die to a shield, and then I had 2 shields. Well, if I had 1 shield and a white die, or had a shield damage, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I had a blank white die, so I got to turn that to a shield with the Flenser. So I would have been able to keep that dude alive. I still would have had a guy in there because remember against the Garrison knocked out one of my dudes. I still take one of those dudes out just to get the lightning bolt, just to get another item. I think that makes sense. So yeah, which will save me a food when I build. Really is the only difference. That's fine. All right. Remember your benefits, people. It's helpful. Regain your 8 action points. I'm going to put these here. And I'm going to put these here. I can put the troll in play. Oh, that's funny. I think I do. I think I do that. All right. We're going to get 3 new items. So the items that are here go away. All right. Remember, there's an 8 small card limit across feats and items. So it's something to keep in mind. And I can start a discard pile over here. So the next 3 items coming off are the Assassin's Dagger. Discard this to place it on a Horde or Legion card. When an activation token is removed from there, reduces threat by 1. The Zoya Bard. Discard this to double the amount of points of any Horde or Legion when it is destroyed. And then the Exert Leaves. Discard this to add any 1 die to any player's roll outside of combat. It has to be done before rolling, however. We're going to go down here. Deal 3 new quests. So the quests go away. So you notice the item deck, the item spots are never empty. The quest spots are not refilled until you're told to do it at this point every round. So the 3 new quests are the Mad Crow Shaman. It took weeks to find Dugpa's teacher. The unnerving madman was a key to seal a pact in blood with the Death Sworn. So 4-1-2 are the stats. Choose any hex, remove any skeletons here, discard this quest. If you are heroes on a hex with enemy units, you get a yellow die. Could be great. A deal with demons. By the old gods, she's not suggesting that. 4-1-1. You don't want to succeed at more than 1. You want to do the bare minimum because everyone you see that, minus 1 point because you're making a deal with demons. Solve. Place any horde in play on any hex. Discard this quest. That could be really strong. I definitely might want to drop a horde on top of the assassin's face. And then the forest spirit, it is willing to sacrifice its children for your offerings. The forest itself channel the entropy of chaos into new life. Choose a hex with a curse, pay 5 resources to remove that curse and gain a point. If your hero is on a hex with a curse, you gain a yellow die. Definitely want to get some of these curses out the way. That's done. Event phase. Add 2 threat to all hordes and legions in play. The assassin gets +2. We go next. The first player reads. The first player is now Dugpa. Fairly certain you're rolling a mage work out of blank white, 1 damage red, 1 damage white, shield white. I do it all the time. The game is hard when you're using all your tools. It's harder when you're not, which is why I lose so much. Yup. I resemble that remark. All right. We're going to chapter 2. Huzzah! Slave revolts! In the chaos of the days following the curse, many slave collectors and prisoners of the Empire took advantage of the hour to revolt and flee. Every player may play 2 resources to place 2 basic units on any of their havens or any explored empty hex. Ha. Well, I'm spending 2 resources anyway with the tribesmen, and I have a lot of food. Although maybe I want to keep more food. I'm about to spend 5. Great. I'm going to spend 2 plunder instead of the 2 food with the crow. So I'm going backwards than what I normally do. And I'm going to place these 2 tribesmen here. And that's going to leave me all the food in the world to put out a troll. Not. Oh, man. I can explore up here to get another food hex because I am running out of food. So that's fine. Maybe move, explore, command into here. Command. We got some ideas. All right, so I'm going to spend 2 resources. I think I'm spending plunder again. Yep, spending plunder with the renegades, putting out the basic warriors. And I'll put them. I can only fit 1 here. I'll put another 1 there. So all my basic units are on the board with the renegades and only 1 basic unit remaining with the crow because I took 2 out of the game. To set an example, the legions of the Empire move out of Norngard to obliterate entire insurgent villages. Place 2 legions at threat 5 on the capital. Excellent. So, the first one coming in, threat 5. Oh, it's the Executioner. No! She's the worst. That's not great. I might. The ageless child let her resurrected dolls to do their dirty work. Uh and we're getting a horde. Wolf, which is fine. I could use the horde to attack one of these legions. If I let the assassin go wild, I use a horde to drop a horde on top of the executioner. Great. So place her target. I do not want to place her target on the renegades because it's going to go right through, and then the re-roll, and then she gets extra dice if there's a target. She's just a mess. I do not like that idea. So I'm going to put her 20. I'm going to place her target here. Every player places 1 elite unit from play or the reserve in the Imperial graveyard. Man, I really cannot have her lightning bolt power trigger against me. That'd be really bad. I can try to load up the red hand. Woof. Alright, so we're going to place. Because she rolls her lightning power, like your most experienced unit from play or the reserve is removed from the game. If they're in the graveyard, they're not in play, so I could put the War Lizard there to protect it. Hello, Mrs. Playthroughs. Oh, the Oregon would be the most expensive. Yeah, this is all sorts of not great. Most likely attacking him with the crow. This is after damage, so I could destroy it because I didn't have the troll. Great. I'm going to put a Varg over here, and I'm going to put a Lizard Rider over there. I think that makes the most sense. Am I getting the War Lizard in play this turn? Wolf. Three, 2. if I'm doing that, actually I should have added both of these there, because I'm gonna need space for a thing. Great, War Lizard. I'm gonna add them. It's fun. I have the plunder. I'm gonna get more. It kind of come this way. They both need food. Only having 2 food hexes is proving super problematic. That's just salt. All right, so that's the first legion. We have another one to go. So lots of interesting decision points. We're gonna do this. It's the Spy Master. Spy Master comes in at threat 5, places target. I'm gonna have to place it on the Renegades. Flip the most expensive items in the market. They are not discarded. The most expensive is this going to be this. So basically prevents you from cycling through the items more. They're not discarded to the Spy Master is defeated. Oh, this little lady is going to come here, and the Spy Master is going to come here. We're going to place this target on the least defended haven. The least defended haven for the Renegades is here, but obviously it's going to have a haven in its way. Enemies cannot use shield against a Spy Master, which is kind of super gross. The problem, and if I try to drop a horde where the executioner is, it's going to drop on the Spy Master first, which is even more disturbing. But I think I want to do that. Oh yeah, so the executioner is going to get away scot-free with this. Yikes and yikes. Alright, 2 legions at threat 5 in the capital. There's only 1 left in the legion deck, which is wild. We're going to place a skeleton with other skeletons. We're going to put this skeleton over here. And if there is no horde, there is no horde. We're going to place 1 horde at threat 5 on an empty hex. So go to the horde deck. It's the Like Queen. Immediate, we place a curse on her hex. I have to put her on any empty hex. And where would I want 1 Like Queen? Every horde in play gains a threat, including her. I think it matters. I mean, I'm pretty much going to drop her on the capital. Maybe destroy it's going to be 3 points to the oh, she's going to have to take out the garrisons first too. Whew. I mean, to make a run on the capital this early, it's not the craziest. It's a little crazy. I think dropping the Light Queen on the Spy Master the assassin is not going to make a difference at all. She's just going to be torn the heck up. Place any horde in play on any hex. She defeats those garrisons. We have this army come in, try to take out the Spy Master there. Although having it there is great because I have the Imperial Engineers. Although the Spy Master will be rerolling 2 whites, which is not great. I can't use shield at all, but I can take off the wall and the tower. So I do think it makes more sense with the Spy Master to go there. So maybe dropping the Light Queen any old place isn't going to help. Unless I do drop it on the Assassin. But the Assassin's going to absolutely run through her. Demoralize her. On any empty hex, it's going to have to get a curse. Great. I'll drop it here. That is empty. We place a curse on her hex immediate. We'll put her here. That's freaking crazy decisions. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I gotta put her in play. Light Queen. Done. Of course, I put the Light Queen there, and she's still she manages to survive, then she's going to come after my Haven. Drop her any hex. Well, if a curse goes on any hex, then the garrisons go away, but that's not a thing that's happening. So, alright, we'll have some interesting decisions for sure. Place one activation token on every horde and legion in play. So, activation token, activation token. Those are all done. We're going to go to the build phase, draw 2 feats for Talak. Number 1, flip this when you would need to discard an item to flip this instead. Whoa! Oh, that's interesting. I like it. And then we have no. So yeah, both of her extra resources, skill things are later. Discard is to ignore a legion or horde's immediate effect. Targets are placed normally. That I do not hate. I'm gonna keep know your enemy. I like that a lot. I've never seen Tunlock's feats, so I'm really digging some of their flavor for sure. And this is coming out. That could be huge. Number of things that make you lose things or lose freaking lose resources and stuff. Yeah, super bad. All right, looking at the next 2 feats for Dugpa, I'm gonna move these reminder cards off the board. Dugpa gets archery if you have +2 plus Vargs here. Get another yellow die, and then necromancy. Flip this to place a basic unit destroyed here, back here, or discard this to place 1 unit destroyed here, back here. That could be huge for Dugpa. I'm gonna keep that one. All right, building. I'm gonna spend 4, so I'm putting 6 in, taking 2 plunder back, and 2. I'm putting 3 in, taking 1 back. I'm putting the war lizard here. And then for Dugpa, I kind of just want to go right to the right to the Nemesis phase, because I'm just like, I kind of want to just fight these suckers. I mean, not with, I guess more with Talak than with Dugpa here. And then Dugpa is going to do the following. Dugpa is going to build. Dugpa is going to spend 5 plunder, so we're putting 5 in, getting 1 back, and 2 salt, putting 2 in, and getting the troll here. Excellent. I mean, I'm close to 2 Vargs, but not really. All right, yeah, the salt is really holding me back. So Dugpa is first, because we go to the actions phase. I'm not sure how I want to work the Light Queen right now. Because I could use her to really start limiting some of these garrisons are freaking everywhere. It's a lot of points. Wouldn't mind removing skeletons with the Mad Crow Shaman, that's for sure. I'm not on a hex with enemy units, though. The Dugpa at minimum is going to want to explore there, so move and explore. We're flipping over this. It gives me assault. This comes off. It is the Shriek of the Abyss. A foul stench and bestial noises reached out from the Shriek of the Abyss. Gained 4 salt. That's a lot of salt. What's the catch? Remove any garrisons here. Bye-bye, garrison. Place 1 curse here. Oh. Okay. Well, I can deal with that. Place 2 skeletons here. Move every horde to an adjacent hex. Ignore impassable the terrain. So it's not activating, so we don't have to place curses. This horde I can put into Z-Guard. That gives me some options, man. Because if I don't hate that. Great. Move every horde to any adjacent hex. So we're going to move the Lich Queen into there, because I ain't dealing with those garrisons anytime soon. The Lich Queen is rolling in the archery phase, she's rolling 2 white dice. She's up against 3 garrisons. The 3 garrisons in the archery phase are rolling 3 white dice. I actually remembered to do this in the right order this time. So 2 white dice for the Lich Queen. She rolls a shield and 2 damage. 3 white dice for the garrisons. 1 damage, but the shield takes care of it. So these 2 are out. And now in the clash phase, the Lich Queen is rolling a purple, a red, 2 whites, 2 red, 2 yellows, and a white. And the 1 garrison remaining is rolling a blue and a white. So 2 shields, 1 damage. Nothing happens to either side. Same exact matchup. 4 damage and a shield. Nothing, nothing. The garrison is out. And I just caused an earthquake. Talak, stand up. Your job's not done. This goes here. So the Lich Queen now took over there. And then I just kind of opened up that spot. That's super interesting. Super interesting. Yeah, I think sending the Lich Queen into the capital with that is very... Activate the horde with the lowest initiative. Send her with the assassin. She didn't roll if she rolled a lightning bolt, she would actually have gotten up 1 level, and I would not have minded that. Spymaster, what came? Oh, the assassin's at a level 6, which is bananas. Ooh. Can I discard this? Oh, that's interesting. Can I discard this to move the Legion out of there? I don't see why not. If I discard this, move 1 Horde or Legion to an adjacent X. Her target stays there because it's like her prison, but like, doesn't say she can't be moved out of there. It just means she's always going to try to move back there. She'll never retarget. And I would like her to get the heck out of there because she's annoying. Why? Because she's annoying. The other option is... I get the Lich Queen out of there. I can build a horde there easy. Of Haven there easy. Kind of keep my guys kind of contained. Don't really worry about Amida Prison at all. I'm digging this. I'm discarding this. This is not an action. It's just done in the action phase, which is why it says actions. I'm moving 1 horde. I'm going to move the Lich Queen and where to the assassin is. And I know that means 2 more red dice, but I'm kind of okay with that. That's a lot of points, though. It's 3 points. Plus 1 point every time they try to poop out a garrison in the capital, and they can't. I'm wasting my chance to sub that. I really don't want to move the assassin into there, although it would be a fairer fight. What's the assassin points-wise? Just 3 points. If I move her here... I don't think I can ignore passable terrain with this, so I don't think I can do that anyway. Never mind. It's still impassable terrain, so I think I would... The quest... This said I can ignore passable terrain, just doesn't, so I think I actually can't move it across that anyway, is my guess. Alright, that makes a little bit more sense. So the question is, do I do this to try to drop her somewhere, open up that spot? I think that makes sense. I'm only 3 purples, 1 blue. I'm going to move and quest and try to get the Lich Queen out of there. And that will give me a chance to build a haven super easy. Oh, man. No. I'm going to move and explore. Get some more plunder is what I'm going to do. So move, explore. We have 6 left. I'm moving here. This comes off. This flips. The Tombs of the Elder Kings. Gain a plunder, remove any garrisons here, place 2 skeletons, draw an item, and keep it even if you cannot use it. So we just added a bunch of skeletons to the board. So Mad Crow just got interesting. So garrison out, Mad Crow out. This curse is here because that's where the Lich Queen started, and they moved her to an adjacent hex there. Talak is here. Gained 1 plunder, which is really all I needed. So putting in 2, taking 1. I do wish I got more, but I will deal. And then I draw an item and keep it if I could not use it. Survivors. Discard this. Every player may build units and defenses on their havens. Interesting. Except I can't build defenses on my havens the normal way, but that's fine. Now I can move here, do that quest next turn, potentially build a haven. Again, I'm kind of happy with my defenses where they are for the Spy Master, and we'll just kind of see how that plays out. All right, done. Going back to Dugpa. Dugpa is going to want more food. That's a problem. Their target's on here. If I set up to fight the Executioner there, that could be good. So, Dugpa is going to move, or do we see command these suckers in? I can't use Lightning Bolt powers where there's a curse, so Dugpa is going to discard the Leeching Orb to remove a curse in any hex, removing this curse here and gaining a point. That's better for me. And now we're going to... Oh, do I leave the curse there? But then I can't build a haven. If I leave the curse there, the Executioner will not have access to their Lightning Bolt power. But I want Lightning Bolt powers with Dugpa, especially with what I'm rolling. I think Lightning Bolts are... Ugh. Let me leave the curse there. I want to face the Executioner there. I really do. Because then I can negate her Lightning Bolt power, which is super gross. So I'm going to get this back. I gave the point back. Eventually I want to move that curse, but I do not want to face the Executioner with that. I need every unit I can get, especially with my ability to remove units. Her rolling a Lightning Bolt and making me remove a unit would not be good. So basically only Hordes or only Chaos can use Lightning Bolts in places where there are curses, or any place that has an X for that matter. Or no, only curses, only with curses. So I could be out here and use a Lightning Bolt, but if there's a curse there, I can't. But here's an hex enemy units. I could try to do the Mad Crow Shaman. That could make some sense. I do want to set up a nice defense there. I don't necessarily want to be going against two skellies, so to speak. Kind of want to get a haven here. Guess I do that. What's this? Choose actually the curse, pay 5 resources to remove that curse. I'm pretty rich in resources. I am going to need more food to do all the commanding I'm going to need to do. Which is going to be rough. Alright, let me try to remove some skeletons. If skeletons activate, this could be super problematic. So I'm going to... Ooh, I can move garrisons instead. That's interesting. I'm going to do this quest. So I'm going to do it eventually anyway. Might as well do it now. I'm going to roll my dice. I'm on a place with enemy units, so I get a yellow. You can use lightning bolts if you're doing quests, even though a curse is there. It's basically just in combat, you can't use the lightning bolts. I'm going to get 1 red, 2 purple, 2 blue. So these 6 dice, 5 because of my skills, 4 because of my starter skills, 1 because of the might skill I added, and then 1 because I'm on a thing with enemy units. I'm doing the Mad Crow Shaman because I'm a crow, and that's what I do. Alright, we got 2 skulls, so I failed that one, but I got 1 shield, so I passed that one. I got 2 lightning bolts, so I passed that one. So I can use I can remove 2 skeletons from 1 hex. I'm gonna remove them from this hex because I don't want to risk it. And I can remove garrisons instead. No thank you. Getting the skeletons better. And now I can draw a new quest. I think that makes some sense, although this could blow up in my face. But again, choose any hex, remove any skeletons here, discard this quest, and I could draw a new quest. It is the Kalith Migration. Among the Muckalith was a legendary bull called Cook the White. His skin adorned the scars of countless fights with his many hunters. 1/2/1. Solve, gain 1 food for every skull you rolled. Discard this quest. And then if I roll 1 lightning bolt, every other player gains 2 food. That could be a beautiful thing. In a Badlands, you get a red die. There is a Badlands and a Mida prison. I do want to do a deal with demons. I think I try to do this. I should be able to get that lightning bolt, because if I can get the food with Dugpa, that just makes my life so much easier. So I don't have to go up there. So we're gonna do the quest action with Talak. Talak's gonna have 1, 2, 3 purple and 1 blue. I should be able to roll 1 skull or 1 lightning bolt with those dice. Place a rider on any of your havens if I get 2 shields. Yeah, that would be nice, but that's not happening. So give me 1 lightning bolt, please. Excellent. 3 billion lightning bolts. So I can draw a new quest, and every other player gets 2 food. So I get 2 food to Dugpo over here. So I'm going to put in the 1 and take a 3. And I roll 2 skulls here. I really did that more for Dugpo than me. But I'm going to put the 1 there and take a 3 because I get 1 food for each that I rolled. And then this quest is discarded. And because I got the 1 thing, I can draw a new quest. It is to release the Kraken. Release the Kraken! The cultists who sang poems to the great Kraken were interested only in its awakening, but not in what it devoured. 4/2/2. Solve, you may move 1 curse to an adjacent hex that has no curse. Discard this quest. All right, and I believe when you move a curse into a land, if it has garrisons, those garrisons are immediately destroyed. Just like if the curse is built there. But once the curse is there, say a curse is here and then like the executioner activates, it could actually put a curse there after the fact, but the curse will as an immediate effect destroy what's ever there. So I think that the same effect as if you move a curse into a land, it just destroys everything as soon as the curse is placed. But then building can happen normally after that. For Legion activations, you still can't build a haven where a curse is under any circumstances, which is why I'm glad I have this, because then eventually I can build something there. But I'm going to leave that curse there for my fight with the executioner. I hope that all made sense, because I'm questioning myself. Oh, that's crazy. All right, Dugpa. What's Dugpa going to do? Dugpa then is going to see if we can't get another haven here this turn, or even here. They're both kind of the same. It doesn't really matter. This is a little bit more protected, so I probably dig that. Again, it's totally random. We don't know where we're walking into, so we're going to do a move and explore. Brandon says, yeah, I think the curse helps you more than it hurts you. Yeah, it took me a second to see it. but definitely agree. So I'm going to get this salt. I'm going to put in these 3 to get 3 1s to get a 3-er. This flips. What do we got? It's the Terrell Caravan Pass. If empty, place a skeleton here. If not, reinforce. It is not empty. So we get another garrison. I could put this like that, which gives me the access I want. I'm going to roll all my hero dice. My hero dice are getting the 1 red, the 2 purple, and the 2 blue. I'm going to gain a thing. Every other player gains 2 salt. So 2 salt for the renegades no matter what. I rolled 4 skulls, so I get 4 salt over here, which gives me a ton of resources, which actually makes this not so crazy. Where I can potentially remove a curse, but again, the chaos are not doing all that well, so I'm not sure that makes the most sense. But again, places are more, I mean, I can remove that curse, make it easier to get a 4th haven for the renegades. Because right now my plan with the crow are to go in here, kill these 2 garrisons, build a haven, and get everyone there, and then await the executioner. It's the best place for me to be with her. Great. Done, 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 done. All right, Talak. Talak is going to move and do a quest action here with the Lich Queen. Still not sure this is the most logical thing I've ever done in my life, but I'm going to try it anyway. So I'm going to get my 3 purple dice and a blue, and because I'm on a hex with the Horde, I'm going to roll another blue. Again, 4, 1, 2. Probably get 2 lightning bolts, might lose a couple of points, but I think that's fine. We're doing a deal with demons. Whoa, wow, I did it the way I did not expect. I did number 1. Glad I had that extra blue. Which is which, who knows, but I'll take the extra blue every time I can get it. So I lose 1 point only. I did succeed. I place any horde in play on any hex. I'm going to take this horde and drop it into Almeida Prison. Then this disc is distorted. They don't like each other. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're going to fight. All right, great. That's how they talk. We're going to get 2 whites against the Spy Master's blue, 2 whites, and 2 reds. Seems fair. It's going to be really bad. All right, the Light Queen is going to roll her 2 whites in range. Hopefully she can survive long enough to just wipe out Almeida Prison. Nope, she gets 1 shield and 1 skull. And, oh, that is 7,000 skulls. And a shield. So, Light Queen is out. Done. That gives 3 points to the Chaos. That gets up to 16. And Light Queen, super done. That didn't go exactly how I hoped, but, you know. It's a thing. It happened. We have 1 less horde to worry about for the rest of this game. But yeah, the assassin is super nasty. I mean, you see those dice and you're just like, yup, like that's just really gross. Like she's so nasty. She did come. I think she came with the Arch-Nemesis expansion. I'm pretty sure that was the extra legion that was added, and she's absolutely vicious. All right, but now we can build a haven, a very safe haven on a land that's going to give me an extra point and give me some resources. I definitely dig that. And, you know, it just gives me access. Again, the movement when you're there is super good. I'm not sure I want any of those. I mean, Assassin's Dagger could be good for the Assassin to prevent if I'm getting a ton of points. And that's fine. Dugpa is going to go. Dugpa is going to command into here, putting in the 3, taking 2. And we're going to command all these guys into the Torel Caravan Pass. So battle's happening here. We're in the range phase. I'm rolling a white against 2 whites. My white is a damage. Their white, it's a shield. Excellent. We go to the clash phase. So it's a white, a blue, and 2 yellows against a white, a red, and 2 yellows myself. Remember, I can turn a white into anything I want. That could be helpful. Oh, a white, a black, and 2 yellows. Nope. That's a purple, Greg. Really struggling here. Black. Third try. We got there. So that's 4 damage. Please roll a shield. Woof. No shield, but I did roll a lightning bolt. I'm going to do the Wanderer. Nope, I'm going to do the Silence. Once per combat, we're ignoring all damage because I don't think they can roll that well again. That was gross. And I just did 2 damage, and I don't want to start dealing with any of the rest of this. So try this again. 2 damage and 2 shields. 2 damage. And I can turn one of these to show a damage. So I did 1 damage. Thank you for the Flenser. That kills this. That's a point. And now we go to the next round. They're just rolling the white and the blue. I have the same dice because I didn't lose anybody. I still can't use it again. Remember, that's 1 per combat. They rolled 2 shield. I rolled 4 damage and a shield. This is out. That's a point. Up to 12. That's down there. All right, 2 yellows. This goes here. This goes here. Blue, blue. All right. I am now standing there all alone. I do want to protect my home. No one there, so that's going to be something I'm going to have to deal with. I might just end up commanding. Now I have to build a haven. Woof. I need to get, yeah, because if the skeletons activate, Pack Glendris is very vulnerable. Ooh, I can do this. I do have survivors. I don't hate using that now, to be honest with you. Alright, Talak's turn. Talak is going to spend 3 plunder to build the haven. Our havens come in with walls and towers. Dugpa's turn. Dugpa is going to use this to build a haven for 3. That is going to come here. Does not come in with walls and towers. Talak's turn. Think we build. Yeah, we're going to do survivors. Discard this. Every player may build units and defenses on their havens. Digging that. I really want to defend Pax Glendris a little bit better. So discarding this, it's a little weird use of it, but if you wait too late, you won't have any units in your friggin' thing anyway. So I'm going to spend 3 and 2 to get this rider out. I get one change. And I'm going to put this rider here in my home. And then I can do this 1 food. I don't have a lot. I have so much salt. It's stupid. 2 food. Yeah, I'm going to turn this 3 salt into a food. So that's 3 food, and that's 3 more salt. And then I'm going to put this Varg here. And I'm going to put this 3 salt into another food to put the tribesman. So that's a bad conversion, but now I have at least my thing defended. And then I can spend 2 plunder, get 1 back. And I'm going to be able to build defenses on my home thing. So now I can really have Pax just really defended in case this skeleton activates. And now when I do a command act, I'm gonna need a food. Oof. Do I just leave a Varg there? That's not awful. Never mind. This I just turned into a food. I need to have a food left for a command action. So this I just turned into a food, and then we're going to next turn we're gonna command everybody in. So this guy was not built. It's a lot of bad exchanges. Maybe I just don't build the Varg. I had 2 food. Yeah, I'm not going to build the Varg. I'm going to build the Tribesman. So I'm going to get everything back for the Varg. So I'm going to get 3 salt back off the jump. I turned 6 salt into 2 food. That means I had 2 more food. This was the last exchange I made. Did I turn 9 salt into 2 food? I'm going to get the 3 salt and the 2 food back for the Varg, and I'm going to spend 1 of those food for the Tribesman. And then I'm going to need 1 food to command. It's easier to do this way. I'm going to take this thing back. So I undid 2 exchanges, however I worked it. I basically took the money back for the Varg. I paid from that to pay for the Tribesman, and then I undid 2 exchanges of 3 salt for a food. So I don't know if I did 3 exchanges or 2 exchanges, but either way, that the math would have worked out the same. So if you didn't follow that, we can discuss that in the comments later. But again, ultimately, I paid 3 and 2 for him. I know I did at least 2 exchanges. I put him back. Out of the money I got back from him, I spent the food to get the Tribesman out, and then I undid 2 exchanges of 3 for 1 salt for salt for food. I'm pretty sure it was salt. It couldn't have been plunder, because plunder, I had 6 plunder. I spent 3. I built that haven. I spent 2 more plunder to build that. I just had a ton of salt going into that. I didn't spend 3. I could have easily had 10 salt. Yeah, I got 4 salt there, and then I got 4. Yeah, I got 8 salt this round. I definitely had 10 salt, which is nuts. All right, so we got 1 more command point there for Talak. Talak's going to potentially buy something. I mean, we're set up for war there. I don't have the Guile, so I can't get the Assassin's Dagger. I could just get the Zert Leaves for free, because what else am I doing? Zert Leaves for free. Man, I hate that assassin. Super nasty. Might be worth activating the assassin with the Orb of Storms, because then it won't activate, and then it'll just come in. It should be taken out, and then it won't get a point for adding. It's a little aggressive use of that, though. They'll probably have a better use of the Orb of Storms. They're basically saving a point. Oh, wait, never mind. They're not going to get a point for that. They're actually going to build up other garrisons, which is fine. This is the first time they're activating on the capital. Even the capital apples activates differently. If a legion were on a place that had 3 garrisons and it had to add a 4th and it couldn't, it would get a point. On the capital, if you try to add a 4th and you can't, you instead just reinforce other garrisons that exist on the board. So that makes a lot more sense. All right, this comes out. It is the Blackfire. You need 1 magic, pay 1 salt to gain a white die. And you could do that as many times as you want. Oh, once per round. Sorry, it says once per round, so it's limited once per round. If it doesn't say that, you could do it an unlimited amount of times. And on your hero's hex. Dugpa is going to command. We're spending a food. We're going to command as many things as we can into here. So again, max 5 units. I'm going to obviously want the Varg. I'm going to want the Troll. I'm going to want some ranged attack. And I think I bring all of my archers in. That's fine. I'm not going to be doing Dugma's little thing here. I'm not looking at the little lightning bolts either. So that'd be one argument against doing what I did, but I think the exchanges were too bad to justify that. I do have Necromancy, which could be great. I do have the Troll in play, so if he's destroyed, I can immediately roll. So we have some options. And remember, I can't use Lightning Bolts anyway because the curse is there. So great. Talak is going to just move to get access to all of her powers on her Haven, and that's fine. That's the end of the action phase. Oh no, 4 damage for the level 2 garrison. Yep, until I ignored all of it. Adam Lee, hello. This game looks interesting. Yeah, this game is really cool. It just works. There's a lot of ideas in it that I feel like on paper shouldn't work, but they absolutely just work. And this was definitely like, I mean, Cornelius, Dirk, and Pavel. I mean, this was their baby. They worked on this thing for years, and it just you can kind of tell like there's a lot of love and care went into this game in a way that just comes together for me, and I really really dig it. All right, we're gonna go to the Nemesis phase. We're going to activate all legions and hordes. A spy master is going to activate. He's supposed to add a garrison where he is. He can't. Instead, because he's on the capital, we reinforce another place. We'll reinforce here. I like food. We'll reinforce here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Great. The spy master is now going to go toward its target. Its target's that way. It's going to go a direct line to it. So the spy master is going to come out here, and we'll get all of these dudes over here, and we're having a fight on the woods. Talaka's there. That dude's there. This goes here. Never. I cannot use shields against him, which is super awesome. And in the range phase, the only dice I have are the marksman, and because I have 2 marksmen, because I have any marksman, I also get a blue, and because I have a tower, I get a white. I can re-roll up to 2 blanks. The spy master rolls 3 whites, so I'm going to do their rolls first because we don't have enough white dice. So their rolls first. They're going to re-roll the blank. So 3 damage and 2 shield. That's like a perfect roll for them, and that makes me want to vomit. Oof. Remember, I have the Imperial Engineers, so I can remove walls and towers instead of units, and I indeed will probably be doing that. Yikes. Alright, 1 shield, I get to reroll a blank. Oh, I can't use shields anyway, so I'm just going for damage. I want damage, damage, damage. Because, again, the Spy Master. Because he's a spy. There's no time to defend against a spy, so 2 damage, they have 2 shield, of course they do. 3 damage to me. I'm going to take off the defenses. I can do that because of the Imperial Engineers. That's after damage. And I'm going to lose 1 of my marksmen. Because I'm just going for more likely to roll damage with the blue die than the yellow die, or than the white die. The white die is only damage once a round, 1/3 of the time, and the blue die is a damage 1/2 of the time. All right, now we go to the next round. The Spy Master is rolling a purple. That was not a good start. Purple, 3 blues, and a red. If they get a lightning bolt, we discard the most expensive item or a feat without using it. Most expensive would be the Orb of Stones, and that's not great. I have a black, 2 yellows, a blue, and a white, and because I have 3 different colored dice, I can exchange the 1 white with a purple because of prismatic magic. That's right. I am prismatic magic. This skill only worked for archery. I don't have any. I do have 1 more marksman anyway, but it does. Yeah, it doesn't. It only worked for archery. So we have these 5 dice versus these 5 dice on paper. I like my chances, but again, the Spy Master does have 5 strength still left, so this is a little bit unfortunate. 4 damage to me, which could be pretty epically bad. Alright, 3 damage and a lightning bolt and a shield. But again, the shield is irrelevant. after damage. Do I ignore everything and hope for a better roll? Because that does 3 damage to him and I would lose. I really need that black die to come up better. This can ready. They don't have shields. I really need to come up with 5 defense. But again, they could be rolling if they don't roll damage, they could be rolling shields, which is a problem. Yeah, 3 damage isn't going to cut it. The lightning bolt's not going to do anything. I mean, I could put my cheapest unit in the reserve here, but the cheapest unit is just a marksman, which is not going to go well for me. So I'm going to have to use the silence again. I can't use it again, so I best roll better this time around. And hopefully they hit some blanks. They got 3 damage this time and 2 shield. I got 2 damage and 1 shield. But the shields are irrelevant. I keep forgetting that. Can't do that again. I can negate one of their shields. Wow, so I'm rolling really well with this black die, guys. This is going poorly. This is going very poorly. All right. Well, shoot. Yeah, them coming out with 3 damage in their archery phase was super bad. I can negate a shield, do a damage to them. Then I'm left with a black die versus their 5 dice. I could bring a unit back. I think I have to start weakening them. All right. They did 3 damage to me. I'm going to get rid of everybody but my War Lizard. They're at level 4. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, there's no way this ends well. Yeah, there's nothing. There's really no way around this. That's such a bad roll. So this whole game just turned. This whole game just turned in a really nasty way. Yeah, the inability to use shields is really bad. Well, they're all dead. I think I still gotta knock it down a power. I just use this, or do I just leave it at 5? It's not like I can do much else with it, though. He hasn't rolled a lightning bolt yet. We have the black. Hopefully I can get a big number there. Alright, I'm down to my 1 unit. This has gone poorly. What is happening? They have 2. This 1 blue gets replaced with a white. They're, of course, going to roll a shield damage with it. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm just going to roll with my War Lizard. Not a shield damage. 2 damage and 1 shield. And I just keep rolling garbage with my black die. Woof. Bad. Bad, I tell you. So I did no damage to him because he shielded. This goes away. That was a very unfortunate turn of events. This Haven is out. Goes back on my board. And now the Spy Master is like, what's up now? Yikes. Done. Talak goes here. This is why dice rolling games will eventually get me. The Assassin is just going to activate and put a garrison here. The Executioner is going to activate. She cannot put a garrison in the capital. She's going to add a garrison somewhere else. She will add a garrison here. And she's going to come in. She's going toward her thing. So let's see. We have better results over here with Dugpa. No one can use their lightning bolt powers, which is helpful. And the assassin, the executioner in the range phase is rolling a blue and 2 whites. I'm rolling 3 whites. Let's see what happens. I can't use lightning bolts here. That's only for clash. Great. She rolls 1 shield. That's a much better start. And I roll 2 damage. She's down to 4. We go to the next round. We are now in clash. So black, purple, 2 yellow. Bam. And I have a black, red, and 3 whites. Alright, execution is rolling. Just 2 damage. Ah, this is so much smoother. So much better. 7,000 damage. Count it. It's great. Alright, executioner is super dead. I'm going to put these 2 units here. She's out. 3 points for Dugpa. And Talak is in a world of hurt. This is out. These come in. We have stood our ground against the forces of evil. The executioner's target goes away. Next legion that comes out will have to place this target on me. Brandis is really fun, hard but fun. Saget and back for a quick hi. How are we rolling? John Holderson, yo, Greg, I got Uprising coming in whenever they ship for the latest game found. Looking forward to it. Thoughts on whether to add Arch-Nemesis? I might have asked this before, actually. I like it a lot. I'm not adding it today. I mean, it is modular. It does add a really strong Legion and a really strong Horde. She's the worst, but she adds to the game in a way I think I like. Ultimately, even though I really want to throw her across the room right now. I think it's really strong. It's a really good. It just gives you an alternate ending dynamic that's different. I feel like I've gotten worse at the game since I've added it because it does make your strategies change. So that's why I'm kind of going back to without the Arch-Nemesis now, but I really do dig it. Like all their expansions seem super modular, and I think that's to this game's betterment in a lot of ways. The extra factions alone are worth the expansion. Oh yeah, that's a really good point from Brandon. Yeah, 4 new expansions. They all play very different. They're very, very cool. Plus, you want extra punishment, you can add the Arch-Nemesis. The Renegade Legion is part of it too. Excellent point from Brandon. Thank you for adding that to the conversation. Woof. Oh man, Talak. Talak is looking at her army and go, where did I go wrong? And remember, I'm very weak on resources because I did the build in the middle of all that garbage. And I just don't know how I'm going to deal with the Spy Master at all right now. Dugpa's on fire. I mean, Dugpa is about to take over the world, but woof, Talak is not doing well. All right, I digress. Disc and ready. Came in huge once. I was trying to go back to that a second time, but yeah, that once the Spy Master came in with 3 damage right off the bat, and I couldn't use shields. That's really bad. I could use this orb just to get him away from me, buy some more time. That's probably smart. But yikes. All right, we're gonna go to the production phase. Oh, and the fact that remember the freaking the Lick Queen did nothing to the assassin, which is also gross. Production phase. I have 4 salt from there, 2 of everything from there. That's all I get. So 6 salt total, 2 plunder, and 2 food. I'm going to put in the 1, take a 3. That's going to make it even hard for me just to build a haven, which is insane. Man, losing that haven was really gross. I mean, that's 4 more plunder. That's a big swing. I mean, not to mention all my units being killed. Yikes. All right. We're going to get production for the Crow. The Crow have 215 plus 111 plus 2 plus 2. So what's it all add up to? So it's a total of 5 salt. I'm going to put in 1, take 6. That's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 plunder. and that's a total of 5, 6 food. Man, the Crow are dominating, but again, you only win if both your factions are better than both of the Horde and the Legion. It's going to be very hard to do with the Renegade's current position in life. The scoring phase, the Empire's in the score. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 6 hexes with garrisons, which is pretty good actually at this stage of the game. So they're up to 22 points. They have 2 legions who are up to 24. They get 4 more points because they have units from both of us in both of my factions in their little graveyard. We get her back. Woof. I don't know how I'm going to afford any of these suckers. A blue. We do have a lot of salt, though, so that's helpful. But I really need to get another Haven out, which is going to be hard to do. That's done. The Chaos is going to score 7 points because of their curses. They get the 14, and they only get 2 more points because they have some garrisons in there. These come out. And finally, all units are returned. I'm going to get 6 points with the Crow. I get up to 21. +1 because, and +1, so I get, oh, nope, that's just a +1, so I get 22. And then I get 4 points with the Renegades up to 11, and then +1 up to 13. That's that. Renegades are really trailing. All right, next chapter. So using one of the factions, says Brandon. John, thanks for the feedback from Greg and Brandon, and then a thumbs up. Very Homer Simpson-y thumbs up. All right, reveal one druid. Flip your cards face up. I have not used these really at all, which is nuts. I guess I actually remember them this time. I just never had to use necromancy, which is nuts. Yeah, because none of my units were destroyed. Did we just own her that much? Oh. I could have put. This was definitely killed. In that, I could put a basic unit back there, just with that, with the necromancy. Flip this to place a basic unit destroyed here, back here. Obviously, would have done that. Nothing else. Didn't miss out on anything else that I see. All right, regain your action points. So 8 action points onto Talak. 8 action points here. We still have, what, 3 more chaos, which we haven't gone into, and only 1 more legion, which does make getting to the capital an interesting idea. 3 new items. The Spy Master's still in, so that item just stays and just clogs up the item deck, or the item display. We have the Nethersea Compass. Discard this when using when you use a command action to choose any explored hex. All other hexes are considered adjacent. And the Whip of Thorns. Pay 2 food to gain a damage or a shield before damage once per round on your hero's hex. You need 2 leadership for that. Fortunately, we have that, and you need a magic for that. We do have that. We're going to discard the quest to get new ones. I'm assuming we're due for an immediate effect that is not great from one of these quest cards. The Ramparts. It took the Dukar Elder weeks to carve every stone and pillar with her runes, sacred to the Mountain Heart. Place a wall and tower in any haven. Place a wall, blah, blah, blah. You can discard wall or tower instead of units. So I might want to do that with Dugplay. I can already do that with Flack because of his skill. We have the Corrupted Druid. The dreams set by Yasat bestowed great power and madness. Immediate Beacon of Despair. Place 1 activation token on the Horde deck. The next Horde gets that token, and then place 1 curse on any empty hex. I mean, does it matter at this point? No, we'll put that there. It's a 4/1/3. If you get 3 lightning bolts, you get to remove a curse. Remove all activation tokens from 1 horde. Discard this quest. If you're on a hex with a curse, you get +1 purple die. If your hero's on a woods, you get a blue die with the first one. And then finally, the Nethersea Navigators Mastery. The blade chip in the third eye was essential to find the hidden Imperial Vault, noted in Sajari's stolen logbook. 3/1/1. Every player gets 1 resource for each shield or lightning bolt you rolled. If you're on a sea tower, gain a purple. Alright, so no awful things, no especially amazing things either, but we'll see how they play out. We're going to pass the first player token, add 2 threat to everything. Spy Master goes up to 6, which is gross. The Assassin can only go up to 7, and then since she can't get up to 8, the Legion get a point. The first player draws the next event. First player is back to Talak. The corruption of the witches. The herbal women were once counselors and healers, but the source of their power, now stained by chaos, has driven them mad. Each player releases one of their elite units from play or the reserve in the chaos graveyard. Oh. Well, that puts a damper on things. I'm not going to be able to afford the Oregon, so I'll put them there. And I'd rather it be the Chaos Graveyard than the Imperial Graveyard for sure. And I'm going to have to put a Varg in there. Great. Could be worse. And in the evening hours, stinking mists rise from the now empty fields and drive the frightened survivors into their holes and shelters. Place 2 hordes at threat 5 on any empty hexes in the same region. Empty. I think the Fog Grave's going to make the most sense. Really don't know how to rebuild with the Spy Master right now. With Talak right now. Spy Master is going to be coming for my home. I mean, we won't be in the woods. I just got to hope they don't roll as well. I mean, woof. Any empty hexes in the same region. Go here and here. That gives them a little bit of a path to the capital. We're going to be running out of curses, so they're not going to be able to really curse anything. When they can't place a curse, they just get a point instead. So there's some benefit to that. Place 1 Legion at threat 5 in the capital. In a 3 or 4 player game, we're only playing 2. Place 1 skeleton adjacent to a haven. Activate all skeletons. Oh. What? That's interesting. Yeah, a lot of these garrisons are going to get knocked out. I should have enough defense on my havens to prevent that from being too harmful. So let me get the 2 hordes out. Who let the hordes out? Woof, woof. All right, the banished. Oh, immediate. So the banished threat to 5. Choose 1 quest and resolve its failure effect. Remember, I can ignore immediate effects. This is not awful enough for me to want to do that. So his threat level comes out in 5. It was going to come in at 5 anyway. We're going to put him in the Fog Grave. Remember, his thing, if he gets destroyed twice a game, the first time he's destroyed, he gets put back on the deck. The banished is hither, and I'll put the banished over here. Kind of dig that. And now I'll put them here. Hope for something a little bit. No, I'll put them here. It's better. Choose 1 quest to resolve its failure effect. Empire gains a point and discard this quest. Place 1 skeleton with other skeletons. That would require another horde coming out. That would require another horde coming out. So I don't want to do that. Discard this quest and draw a new one. Great. I'm going to resolve the Nethersea Navigator's failure effect, which is discard this quest and draw a new one. The next quest. Here we go. The Thieves Guild. Every player places their most expensive item here. For every player with none, draw and place 1 item from the market deck. And to get those back, we're going to need to pass. If we were on the capital, we get +1 purple die. The capital is definitely vulnerable right now in a way that's kind of cool, especially with Dugpa being so crazy strong. So it might make sense to make a play at the capital, but I really want the point. Those points have to go to Talak. That's also a truth. I mean, Duckwood getting 70 points isn't going to help if Talak only has 20. So that's fine. That got replaced, so we both had to lose our most expensive items, so we lose the orb. And I was going to use that to move the Spy Master, which is a little gross. And we're going to lose our Flenser. So they're both here. Duckfoot can probably start getting those back. All right, the second horde is coming out. The King of Plagues. Each player loses half of their food rounded down. No thank you. I'm going to ignore that effect. It could be worse, but I just don't want to lose half my food right now. It's all I have. Yeah, I just don't have much way of getting more, which is a problem. So, no. I reject that suggestion, sir. So he still plays normally. A buzzing of flies signals his manifestation like a gloomy decay. Like a gloomy song, I'm sorry. And then he comes in at threat 5. He comes in on an empty hex. We'll put him here. His lightning bolt powers are gross. Every player destroys one of their units, put them in the chaos graveyard after damage once per round. That's even if he's fighting against the things that are not you. He's going to go there. Place one skeleton adjacent to a haven on a hex with a curse if possible. That's fine. I will place a skelly over there. I have not done the red hand at all, which is a little bit unfortunate. I've had just too many other good options. And then we're going to activate all skeletons. So the way skeletons activate, they activate the same way as as chaos. So they can move adjacent in a way, but they cannot move further away from the capital. So they're going to prioritize hexes with havens. So this one's going to go in here. I'm rolling a white die. Please kill the skeleton. I did. Skeleton dead. 1 point for Dugpa and the crow. Now, remember, I only had 1 die because of the tower. As long as I had a unit there, the tower still activates. And we were on a Highlands. The skeletons don't have any ranged attack. So that was easy. These 2 skeletons are activating. I have no ranged unit there, which is a little unfortunate. I don't have a tower. I don't have a wall. I'm going to be rolling a red, 2 blues, 3 blues. Dugpa's not there, or Talak's not there, but it doesn't matter. Well, in archery, I have marksman there. Nope, I don't have mark. I have nothing, so none of this matters, which is unfortunate. And they're rolling 2 reds, so this could get ugly quick for me. I have 17 units there, and somehow this is like the worst situation. Especially if I'm going to have to somehow defend against a Spy Master, which is looking really awful. So this battle is happening over here. 2 red dice. It's 2 damage. 4 damage, no shield, because why would I roll any shields? So bad. These 2 guys are dead. They go into the Chaos Graveyard because they were killed by the skeletons. 2 points for Talak. And these guys are like, uh-oh. Now we have to somehow beef up by the end of this round to get up against the Spy Master. Right. Probably should never mind. Thinking if I should have done that as the one to fail when the Banished came out, but I think I chose the right one because I want to use that to get walls. I did not want to add a skeleton with other skeletons because that could have been super problematic. Because again, you add 3 skeletons to a place with other skeletons, you all of a sudden now have another horde, and I didn't know what that second horde was going to be. So I think it worked out okay. And I'd rather deal with this round. The next round it's going to be a lot harder to deal with all of that. The other skeletons are going to go. These skeletons can't go anywhere else because they couldn't go there because it's further from the capital. They can't go there because it's further from the capital. So that even though it's a haven, they can't go there because it's again further from the capital. So they're going to go where the Spy Master is, and now they're going to fight against the Spy Master. They don't have any ranged attack. The Spy Master is probably going to wipe them off the earth pretty quick. The Spy Master is rolling 4 dice. Re-rolls 2 blanks. It does no damage because now he decides not to do damage in ranged. That's amazing. He's rolling 2 purple, 2 blue, or red against 2 reds. The 2 reds from the skeletons, they roll 3 damage, and that's 7,000 lightning bolts. Discard your most expensive feat or lose 2 threat without using it. Alright, so some of these things take effect even if you're not part of the combat. This one, I don't think that's the intention. It's discard your most expensive item or feat without using it, or lose 2 threat. So if it's fighting against a horde, a chaos, it's minus 2 threat to the chaos. It's not fighting against a chaos; it's fighting against skeletons. So it's just a really unusual situation. So I just think that their lightning bolts have no effect other than negating shields, but there are no shields for the skeletons. But they do lose 3 power somehow, which is absolutely magical. So they go from level 6 down to level 3, which is going to make my life a lot easier later this round. Yay, skeletons. But they're both going to go into the Imperial Graveyard because they were defeated by the Spymaster. I don't think, I mean, other than that, I have to discard a die, which I really don't think I have to do. But if someone knows different, Brandon, if you know different in the chat, because you seem to know a lot of these rules, let me know. But I don't think I need to carry that lightning bolt out in that very specific, unique situation where the Spy Master is attacking a skeleton, but not attacking one of the heroes. Great, we have 2 more skeletons on the board, then they're going to be wiped off the face of the board forever. They're going to go to a hex with enemies that has the fewest, so they're going to go to this place with 1 garrison. They're going to attack that 1 garrison. The garrison does have a ranged attack of 1 white die. It does 1 damage. It's going to go in the Imperial Graveyard, and now it's a red die facing off against a white and a blue die for the garrison. Again, this battle is happening here. 1 damage from the garrison, no damage from the skelly. So this skeleton goes over here. Wow, that board looks magically cleaner. So skeletons were activated, Glad Deck finally took place, and we're good. All right, gotta get going. We'll check out the rest later. Good luck, thanks, Chase, John. Oh God, the kid's finally in bed. Sorry for having missed so much. Oh, dude, I appreciate what you're here, dude. Pavel, it's amazing. You don't have to do it if it doesn't apply. Thank you, Brandon. Gotta be able to hopefully be back soon. Awesome. Pavel, still have an outgoing question, an outstanding question about the interplay between Astra's Essence and the Magebreaker. I played it that I absolutely just ignored the special placement stuff on Astra's Essence and just played the Magebreaker like normal. But let me know if that's inaccurate, because that was weird. It was a weird way to start. But I also have a question. There's another chapter 1 event that I don't know if you guys are, I don't know if you're going to change it or if it just is what it is. There's that one chapter 1 event where you like roll your hero dice and you could potentially reveal a druid, but now that all the druids start revealed, are there any changes to that I should know about? I mean, you could have Dirk email me too, like whatever. But that was like literally all the event phase, which is bananas. Place 1 activation token on every horde. This one now has 2 because again, 1 was on the deck. 1, 1, and 1. That's the wrong side, Greg. 1. We go to the build phase. Drawing 2 feasts with Talak. 1 is, oh, resources. I like resources. Oh, more resources. I really like resources. Oh, man. I can remove all activations from 1 dude. I mean, the... Do I just load up a magic? That just remove a curse is so sick. Although I'm not really worried about the chaos. I will take... I like resources. They're so good. I'm going to take the might. And try to do this ramparts right off the bat. That's going to be 3 wilds for me this round. Done. We're going to Duck Pub. The 3 bloody comets, same roll, but if you see, you get to grab any druid you want from the box, replace any druid with. Oh, that's sick. I love it. And Ace Remic, yeah, that is weird at first, but relatively easy if you think about it. The Magebreaker's target is on the C tower. Even if you move the tower, the target still stays there. So when I move, oh, okay. I played that run then. I had the Magebreaker come and attack me, but I could have pretty easily attacked it. So I just placed its target here, but then it doesn't retarget. That was the question about, because if it destroyed it, does she then retarget? But if she never retargets, that's cool. So I just played that a little bit wrong. I'll put a note in the comments. Yeah, I had it that I just placed her target normal because I was like, I couldn't figure out how else to do it, because I was assuming then does it retarget, but not. But so you're saying it just like basically lives there, so it's gonna live on an empty icy hex. That makes a lot of sense. I could have, with the army I had and I had the hungry giant out, I could have wiped it out. It saved me an activation point. And my units were in a better place for sure. So that definitely helped Darkpa get up to a little bit more of an advantage. All right. Yeah, but that's so when we ever find it would just stay on its hex and never move. Cool. Cool. Appreciate it. All right. The Gravedigger. Discard this to gain one item from the market discard, even if you cannot use it. And from the market discard. Ooh. That's nice. Deathsworn. Discard this to remove any one of your units in one hex from the game. Destroy one skeleton or garrison for each. Any of your units. Oh, any of your units in one hex from the game. I'm removing things from the game with Duck Pet anyway. That's not going to work. Gravedigger is going to be a lot stronger for me. For sure. Duckpa should have readied this. So I flipped it over last round, and then it refreshed. I flipped it over when I remembered that I didn't use it last round, when I got another Deadeye back. Building. It's time to build, kids. What do we want to build? All right, I'm going to... the Oregon I already took out of the game, because I didn't realize I was going to be able to get him. I could get the War Lizard. I need to get 3 units on my home hex because the Spy Master is going to be a problemo. Problemo. It's a fancy word. He's only got level 3, which is super helpful. I have all of the salt in the world. All the salt in the world. All right, that's going to go there. So I got one of those. I'm going to change. Well, if I spend 4 and 1, that gives me a marksman and a legionnaire. Now the question is, I still have these 3 wilds. Do I want to get another lizard? Nope, I want the war lizard. I'm going to spend this and this. Oh, I need plunders so bad. I would love to get the war lizard back, but I need plunder really, really badly. So forget that. I'm going to turn this 3 into plunder. And then I'm going to spend 3 salt and 2 food, putting in the 3, taking 1. And that's going to build a lizard rider. Is it a lizard? Is it a rider? Yes, it is both. Excellent. These come out of the game. But you did the right thing. The general rule is if you don't know, just keep playing because it wouldn't change that much anyway. Gravedigger and Dismounter is so strong. Tough choice. Yeah, I think with Dogpaw, like if I was playing with, God, what's his name? Who's the other dude who I love to bits? Not Mukla. God, where's his? It's over there. If I was playing with Kal, I think I would Kalal. I think I would have taken Deathsworn, but I really like Gravedigger for Dugpa. I've already taken 2 things out of the game as it is. Excellent. Actions phase. No, we have to build. I forgot. All right, can I build both of you and just get them done? Yeah, so I'm going to put in a 3, take a 1. So I spent 2 foods, 3 of these, I get this, and then I'm going to spend 2 salt. So I put in a 3, get a 1, and now I have this. All my units that are available, except for this one Varg who was put in the Chaos Graveyard. So unceremoniously is over there. That's fine. I'll put these guys here. I mean, it's tempting to like try to like wipe out this fog grave area. Put the Banish and the King of Plagues over there. Getting here for this food, but now I've just basically locked these guys up a little bit, unfortunately. We got a Haven chilling over there. It's fine. Nemesis phase. Nope. Action phase. Different. I'm going to try to get some ramparts. All right, we're questing. Questing initiated. So we're going to get 1 red because I added might. I have 3 purple, a blue, and I'm on a wood, so I get another blue. Oh, please give me some rampants. I mean, it's not great. It's pretty much redundant for Talak, but it lets me add more defenses on my home immediately, and I'm already on a woods, and I don't really have access to a woods with Dugpa, and Dugpa's got other things going on, so Dugpa's busy. Duckpa's going to want to do that because Duckpa is really close to the capital. All right, doing this. Oh, what a garbage roll that was. But we got the one blue. Wow, it's crazy. So I can put one wall on any haven. Bad roll. And I'm going to put it here. So I just did all that to get a wall. That's not great. That was definitely an unfortunate turn. But, you know, Talak's having a rough day. Talak is going to take a long shower when this day is over and really think about her life choices, and is going to have to regroup, and we'll come back stronger next time. It's kind of a disaster with Talak right now. That does not, so I keep this card. It does not count against my 10 small card limit. I have 5 used there. I have 6 over here. So I'm good with my card limits for sure. Dugpa is going to use the Leeching Orb to discard 1 curse. Discarding this one gets a point. So Dugpa is up to 24. Easily, that's a pretty safe haven there. So we could build. The assassin is just going to be a point cow for the legions for the rest of this game. Yikes. That's plunder, which is good. Yeah, I think that's our next haven for sure. So Duck, but that was not an action. We could actually grave dig and get that back. I mean, what else is in here? Assassin's Dagger. The Black Fire is kind of good. I have so much salt. I'm very salty. I'm very salty. I might want that Nether Sea Compass. Ooh, the Horn of York is really sick though too. But I'm actually so good on resources. I don't know if any of those are that helpful. I'm going to chill on this for now and then decide. Survivors could play dividends. So there's some really interesting options there. So I'm just kind of looking at what I want to use the Gravedigger with. And that's fine. All right, we are going to move. Hold on one sec, but I have a coughing fit. Pavel says, Carl, the harpoon is sick. The harpoon. The harpoon. What are you, harpoon? Oh, yeah. Oh, ooh, the Leviathan harp. Sorry, I missed that. You may turn one of your dice to show one single before damage once per round. Ooh, that is pretty sick. I had another thing, but the friggin' Thieves Guild stole it from me because they're the worst. But yeah, these are all super interesting. Okay, my problem is right now I kind of want to set it up that Talak is the one taking down the capital because I think he's going to need the 5 points because we're struggling. Very much struggling. I mean, I'm going to have to wait till the Spy Master attacks me and hope I just roll better because last round was rough. All right, Dugpa, what's happening? Got to make a decision. All right, we're going to move and we're going to explore and see if we can. Oh, never mind. We're going to not do either of those things. We're going to Haven. We're going to spend 3 plunder, get a Haven here. Bam. Did I give points for Havens last round? I must have. Yeah, I must have got 6 and the 1 and then 4. Yeah. That doesn't make, Talak wouldn't have so many points otherwise. That's crazy. She's getting smashed. Right, she got 6 points and she still only have 15. Woof. Yeah, I definitely had to. All right, built a haven there. So Talak is going to move haven spending 3, getting a haven here. It comes in with a tower and a wall. Tower and wall. Alright. That will help with resources for next round. Done. Dugpa. Dugpa's going to move and explore. We have that's not explored. Yeah, we only have 3 areas that are not explored. Well, 4, but again, that has a curse on it. But I could get the leeching orb back to do that thing. So we're going to move, explore, see what's going on over here, get some more food, because we like food. It's delicious. Brothguard. Gain 2 food. Any claimed the curse opened the gate. Oh, Azur claimed the curse opened the gate to hell and formed Brothguard. 2 food. I'm going to put 1 food in over here, get 3. Replacing 2. If empty place 2 skeletons have not reinforced, it's already got 2 garrisons. It's now going to have a 3rd garrison. And to place 2 skeletons with other skeletons. There are no other skeletons. So the rule for that is, if there are no skeletons in reserve, blah, blah, blah. If they're running on the map, place it on any empty hex. So we're going to place the first, and then the second is going to go where the first is. And I will place these suckers and an empty hex way the heck out there. This is now Chaos Land. Despite pay no attention to the 7 curses over here. The horde and stuff are all over there. Fantastic. Do I want to remove activations from 1 horde? I might want to. I don't know. There's a lot of options there. But done with Dugpa for now. If I get the Nethersea Compass, I can get these units more engaged, which is what I'm going to want to do. I have way too many strong units over here. It'll just save me a lot of effort, which I dig. So we're going to go to Talak's turn. Talak. Wait, Talak built this, so Talak should be here. Talak is going to I don't have enough food for that to be worth it. Talak could try to do the Thieves Guild thing. I don't think we already got a haven out, so that's fine. That's going to satisfy that for this round. But I think if we move to the capital, try to get some of these suckers back, it could really help. It could really help. Not an X with a curse. There's nothing in the market I really want. So we're going to move and quest. Going here. I'm on the capital. So we're gonna do the Thieves Guild thing. So we're rolling 1 red because I added might, 3 purples, and another purple because I'm on the capital, and 1 blue. So so hopefully we can get at minimum the 2 lightning bolts we're gonna need. Excellent. So I rolled 4, so that's 4 skulls, so that's a success. Only 1 shield, so I don't lose a point there, and I have 3 lightning bolts. So I can gain 1 item from the market I can use. I'll gain the Nethersea Compass. I was really thinking about using it with Dugpa, but will I have enough food for the Whip of Thorns to be at all worth it? No, I won't ever. So I'm going to get the Nethersea Compass with Talak. And actually, we always we're really close. I mean, we could actually do a trade, get another Sea Compass to Dugpa, but that's probably not worth the action points. So I'm not worried about that. And then, what else are we getting? We're gonna gain one item from here, give it to any player, even if they cannot use it. If there are no items here, discard this quest. We're gonna give this back to. Ooh, we can keep this. Actually, let's give the Flenser to Talak now. And the Orb of Storms might not even be that important. That Cleanser could be really useful for Talak. The Orb of Storms could be useful too. We could actually maybe initiate that battle early. Hopefully win it, especially with the Flenser. And maybe get another Haven there on Trollward. Thinking big things now, kids. Alright. This is done. And the Spine Mesher is down to 3, so again, that's really good. It's really good. I'd like to lock a lot more with that Flenser, especially with how I've been rolling. We got the 1 white die there. Oh, that might be turning that to a purple. Nah, forget that. We're gonna go back to the Orb of Storms. When I took that item, this is empty effectively, so it's the healing potion. Discard this to place one of your units destroyed here at any of your havens. Ooh, I dig that. Like 5 more activation points with Dugpa. The Rider. It's gonna be 3 white dice. Yeah, I think I got all my riders in here. Leave these somewhat guarded. I was spending a whole activation and a food just to get another rider in there, but I think that's going to make some sense. So we're going to spend an activation point to command. I'm turning this 3 into a 2, so spending 1 food, and then I'm going to command this rider into here. It's going to make life a lot easier when I go into Bruthguard next turn. Talak is going to try to get, hold on 1 sec. Mike James, every time I see this game, it pains me that I passed on. I live in shame. Pavel says, Mike will surely have more campaigns possibly this year. Brandon, this was the first crowdfunding game I backed during the original campaign. It remains the best one I've gotten to date. Pavel with a little less than 3. It's a heart, people. Now you're telling me that was the only one. Brandon, laugh out loud. Nope, I have since got myself deep in the crowdfunding. It's a problem, really. We all have a problem. It's like a self-help group, or I don't know if we're helping each other or encouraging each other. It's it depends on your perspective. Woo! All right, the Banish. I don't really want to activate. If he activates twice, it's not terrible. Because King of Play is going to put out a curse. Banish activates twice. Yeah, I don't think this is worth it. That's just not helpful. Even if I remove a curse, it's not a problem. I can only have 4 havens on the board. It's Talak anyway. So Talak is going to do this again. We're doing the same thing with the Thieves Guild. It's the same dice. So 4 purples, a blue, and a red. All right, same success. Don't lose a point. I gain an item from the market I can use. I will take the healing potion. And I will take this. I can give it to anybody. I will give it to my friend, the troll, because Duckpub really wants this back. And since there's no items there, it gets discarded finally, and that worked out very well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're good with item limits. Next item comes off. It is the Mask of Jen. These are going to come over here. This comes here. Dogpud. Dogpud is going to command again. This time we have all of our riders. It's going to cost a food. Riders are coming in here to Bruthguard. Their red dice will be added to the archery phase. Again, the battle is happening here. Dugpa is there. Dugpa moved in. But Dugpa was already there because we explored there this turn. Rolling 2 whites in archery and 2 reds. And we have this to place a basic unit back. Nothing else is going to apply. The troll is there, but the troll is again only for clash. And we're up against 3 white dice for the garrisons. So garrisons roll 3 white dice, 2 damage and a shield. We roll 1 shield, 1 lightning bolt, and 2 damage. Do not want... That's for clash. I can get a thing back. That's fine. So 3 damage. They have 1 shield, so 2 gets through. Ooh, I can just lightning bolt and just ignore. I kind of want to build up the red hand though. Yeah, that's fine. After damage on your hero's hex. All right, we're gonna take the 1 lightning bolt to load up the red hand, or do I just kill it? It's only rolling a white and a blue, but that could get ugly quick. Yeah, I really want to load up the red hand. Tree Mother is useless. I could do the item thing. No, I'm just gonna use that thing to negate its shield. I take 2 damage. I'm gonna use the archery and clash necromancer to bring the sucker back. So everyone's here. All 3 of these guys are dead because I did 3 damage. They had 1 shield, and then again I'm using the lightning bolt to negate that shield because this is better for me. That's 3 points for Dugpa, up to 27. And here we are. All these guys are happy as can be. It's like, we all survived. Well, Duck was like, well, I used some necromancy to bring one of you suckers back, so, don't be bragging too much. And they're like, thank you, Duckpa, you're amazing. You have so much necromantic powers. I don't know if necromantic is a word, but it should be. If it isn't, I'm making it one. I've never done this troll thing. Like, Duckpa has just been on a roll. I mean, like, it's unreal. I mean, again, I definitely, thanks to Pavel, figured out that this was not exactly right, but still, it's been crazy how well I've rolled with Dugpa and how poorly things have gone with Talak at some points. I think where was that? I don't know if I want to command to where the Spy Master is, because again, he's only rolling 2 white dice. I mean, how bad can this go, right? This whole thing took a turn, man, like a good turn. I wish I had the red. I wish I had 2 more plunder, because then I could potentially build. I have these leaves I haven't used. This is nuts. But if I command into where the Spy Master is, he's only got 3. He's only rolling 2 whites. He won't have any shield though, and that's proven to be a big issue. I'll be rolling 1 white and a blue. That's just not good. I can command myself there with the Netherseat Compass, but that seems like a waste of that. I only have the movement's getting tricky, which is the problem, because I don't want to move, and then I'm stuck, and then I guess we're just waiting there. I don't want it to activate and put a garrison there either. So I can move. I mean, maybe I just put 1 garrison there. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, fine. Move. Get me back home. And then we'll await the Spy Master and hope for a better fate than the last time. He puts one garrison in, it's just another opportunity for a point, and then hopefully we can siege the capital next round. Dugpa, I mean, Dugpa's like, I want to seize the capital now. Woof. We can move, explore. I'll do this. I'm going to turn the 3 salt into a plunder. And then I'm going to spend 3 plunder to build a haven. We have so many points with Dugpa, man. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Yeah, I'm just not seeing any other ways to get points. We defeat the Spy Master, comp the Troll Word, get a point there, try to flip the capital next turn, but she's only getting 6, 8 points. Spy Master, 11 points. I'm concerned if I seize a capital with Dugpa now, we're like way ahead of it. That was a haven activation. I just forgot to do that. I built 2 havens this round. Talak has no more yet, because Talak moved there, moved. Quested there twice, and then built 1 haven. Dugpa moved once and explored, commanded twice, built 2 havens, so we have 2 left. I want to do some crazy things. Let's pay 2 food to gain 1 or 1. King of Plagues and Banish are going to really take care of those things. I could quest. Try to remove a curse, get a point. You may draw a new quest. None of this matters. I mean, this guy is stupid. Really bad. I could potentially kill the assassin with Dugpa next turn. That's an idea. That is an idea, because I have my riders. We try to kill the assassin this turn. Sure. Why not? Let's do it. I'm going to command with the food. This is insane, but we're gonna. Oh, I can't get my freaking guys across the walls. Like, I can go 1, 2, 3, set it up for next turn. I don't hate it. But command there. Rolling. Good chance I can remove that sucker. King of Plagues, Banish. But then they're going to put them right back. So removing a curse makes 0 sense. But that's points if I can kill the assassin for sure. So why not? We're going to command our units all into here. Not going for the capital just yet. Oh, this is silly. This is silly. Unless we take down the capital, we get another legion on the board. I'm just trying to think how the heck I'm going to get points to gray. It's going to be dirty. Forget it. We're sieging the capital. Let's make it happen, kids. I don't know. If I have a ton of points, maybe I could spend it. You know, we'll have to find ways to get to lock some points next turn. I mean, she can come in here, try to take out the Banish. We got the King of Plagues. We'll have some options. So we'll get another Haven on the board next turn with her as well. So coming into the capital, I said I wasn't going to do it. And I was like, you know what? I'm there. It's fun. Let's do it. So, and then if I kill my troll, the troll will come back. I'll have the resources to pay for him again. I still have another action here, too. It all makes sense. We are going to go to ranged. I have 2 white dice. I'm up against 3 white dice. No rerolls or anything. And yeah, nothing else I can do. So 3 white dice from the capital, 2 damage, and 1 damage, 1 shield. So we lose that. We get a point. I'm going to lose this guy. I can't bring them back. That goes into the Imperial Graveyard, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, those were because of the event. And that's fine. Oh, do I want... Actually, before I go to do this, that's only for Clash. I could Gravedigger that. Only in Clash. I like the archery idea. I would have used Gravedigger to get this. And then I could spend this to add a white die. I think that's more useful. Something I should have done ahead of time, yes. And that's another shield, so no damage to me. Perfect. That's great. That's why I want the extra white die. Now in archery, we have the Flenser still. And I'm rolling 2 whites, 2 reds, a black, and we're up against a blue, 2 yellow, and a white. That looks bad. Yep, 3 damage and a shield, and 3 damage and a shield. So they're both dead no matter what. That gets me to 28 up to 30. And I only blocked 1 of the damage. I can use the Flenser to turn this into a single shield. So I blocked 2 of the damage. I have nothing in the reserve, so that's not going to matter. So I am going to lose 1 of my dudes. I'm going to lose, obviously, this guy. The capital is empty except for me, so we have to get, this is only non-Imperial units, we have to pull a Legion. The Legion is going to come in at threat 5. It is the Imperial Guard. Ooh, super interesting. So the Imperial Guard comes in. He places his target. His target's going to go on me being Dugpa, because clearly I resonate more with Dugpa than I do with Talak. Because, you know, we're like the same. This is going to go on the Haven with the least defense, as I could choose. I'll choose this one, but hopefully we just wipe this guy off the face of the earth right now. He's not going to have an activation token anyway. So we place a garrison on every hex except the capital that has garrisons. So we're going to get a second garrison there. That's going to make her even that much more formidable. We get a third garrison here. We get a second garrison here. And the second garrison here. He's super annoying. He gets a red die in Badlands. We're not going to be at Badlands. Again, he's only a level 5, and we're going to battle him right the frig now, people. And try to liberate the capital in round 3, which is what I tried to do last turn, and last time, and it was a really bad idea. So, this, and this. We are in archery. I'm going to spend a salt. I get 2 salt back. And I'm going to have 2 white dice as a result. This dude, where are you? Imperial Guard is there. He is rolling a blue and 2 whites. 1 damage, 1 shield, 1 shield. Nothing happens to either of us. Excellent. He rolls 7,000 dice after that. So he has a purple, 2 blues, a red, and 2 yellows. I actually don't mind him. We have the black, 2 reds. Again, Darkwood's kind of useless because this reserve thing doesn't do anything for me because all my dudes are out. But if the troll dies, I could actually do some interesting comboing. I did already use this. That was probably a strategic mistake, but we'll see. If he rolls any lightning bolts, he's going to have a bunch of shield, and that could be problematic. But I feel okay about this. We'll see. So we're rolling these 4 dice. That's 3 damage and a shield. And craziness. So 4 damage. No lightning bolt. Oh. Oh. That's not good. I can do 2 shield. I can turn this to a thing. So 4 damage and a shield. Yeah, Talak would have had no chance at this next round, by the way. So 4 damage and a shield. This is 2 shield, and a lightning bolt gives 2 more shield and 4 damage. And another lightning bolt, which is just going to negate one of my shields. So all dudes are that's a sick roll for them. So all my dudes are absolutely dead, but I have negated all of their shield. After damage, since the troll was destroyed, I still can't do that, which is unfortunate. I can roll the black die and apply that much damage, and it would be a really good time to roll a 2 or a 3. And we're going to have to rebuild all these suckers next turn. That's fine. I'm going to have so many resources. That should be fine. I rolled a 1 because that's all I roll with that friggin' black die all the time. Did I roll a woof? 1, 1, 1, 1, and more 1s, and then on top of that, with a side of 1 on top of a 1 with a 1 and with a 1. All day, kids. Definitely probably want to leave an elite unit so I can start activating Dugpa's stuff next round. All these dudes are dead, but the capital is just the Imperial Guard, and we'll know he'll be a level 6 next round. Hopefully we have, again, better dice luck. Bye-bye, troll. That's after damage. That's fine. Dugpa's like, damn it. I tried. It didn't work. Did not go well. I have one more activation point, which is awesome. I'm going to use this to... Always, that's outside of combat. I can buy myself the Whip of Thorns, which I think will make some sense considering my production being what it is. I'm going to have to rebuild some stuff, though. Whip of Thorns. I really want to storm the capital. I want to defeat the capital. Healing potion's nice. All right, I'm going to spend this activation point. Do I go to the market? No. I mean, I could set up camp here. That's interesting, especially if I have riders, but he gets +1 red die on Badlands too. Oh man, that die roll could have been so much better. I will... No, I don't think the Whip of Thorns is going to be all that helpful. I'm just going to trade and gain Assault. And just stay on the capital. I think that's better. Alright, Nemesis phase. Activate all legions and hordes once per thing. King of Plagues are going to poop out a curse. Then they're going to move. Their activation is going to be a little bit weird. Again, technically the activation token doesn't get removed until after their activation is done. But they're going to place a curse, move now farther from the capital. A hex with a haven, there are none. A hex with the fewest enemy units, there are none. An empty hex, there are none. Any other hex. So they're just going to move here. And that's their activation. They're done. Resolving the combat, there is none. The Spy Master. The Spy Master is going to poop out a garrison. and then he's going to come into here, and now we're going to have a combat. All right, take two, Spy Master. I'm definitely not better, but you are far worse thanks to two skeletons that punched you in the face pretty hard. So we're going to put a token there to indicate this is where the battle's happening. We are in the ranged phase. I have a marksman, so I'm rolling a white and a blue. I wish I did better on that quest. I wish I had a tower as well. It was not meant to be. So my white and my blue against the Spy Master's two whites. No rerolls this time. He just gets a damage and a shield. I get two shields. No harm, no foul. Actually, I can't use shields. Gah! I hate that rule so much. All right, I'm going to lose this guy. That makes the most sense. Great. He's going to go there. We're giving up the Imperials a ton of points because of, me going at a kamikaze mission and giving them 5 units in their graveyard. But that was fun. All right, now the Spy Master is going to attack with a purple, a blue. Oh, I can get rid of this instead. It's really the same difference, but that's fine. I'd rather, just in case the next roll goes magically well. So a purple, a blue, a red, and a white. And I'm rolling with 2 reds, 2 blues, and a white. So advantage, in theory, is me. But we'll see how I mess this one up. I also have... Oh, and I could replace... I have 3 different dice. If you roll 3 plus different colored dice, I can exchange 1 die for a purple. I'm going to get rid of the white and make this a purple. And I think that's legit, even though like the white made that too. I think that can do... I don't think I have to keep the 3 original color dice, but Pavel can tell me if I'm wrong about that. Come on, baby. Make this upper happen. 3 damage, a lightning bolt, which means discard your most expensive item or feat without using it. Or a feat. So I could discard a feat. I would probably get rid of the Imperial Engineers because it's absolutely redundant for me. And that's just 3 damage. But he has 1 shield. Woof. Man, I'm rolling so bad against this dude. Alright. He rolls a lightning bolt. I'm going to get rid of a feat. I'm getting rid of Talak's thing. Because again, I already have this, so they were redundant. He's doing 3 damage to me. I'm doing 3 damage to him, except he blocks 1. So he's down to 1 health. I have to get rid of 3 units. I'm getting rid of these 3. And I'm rolling 2 reds against him, and I just need 1 stinking damage. And I have a healing potion, so that should be fine. Alright, 2 reds against a purple and a white. 2 reds, 1 damage, 1 lightning bolt. Oh my... Alright, I'm using this power. We're ignoring all damage. Can he please not roll a shield at his white die every time? Hey, alright. He does 1 damage to me. I do 3 damage to him. He blocks 1. He's dead, and then I'm going to use this healing potion to bring this thing back. There. I have managed to save my haven. This is out of the game. Healing potion's out. And one of this dude is still surviving. Woof, that was rough. These come out. Done. Purples, blues, red, more reds. Excitement. Spy Master, dead. Give me points. Discard. If destroyed, discard the flipped items from the market. This is out. That gets refilled immediately, even though we won't have a chance to buy it. It is the Bottled Demon. And then we're going to get 4 points for Talak. So 15 up to 19. I think I was at 15. I might have been at 14. I'm pretty sure I was at 15. Yepers. All right. Toast. Wow. Spy Master was a big problemo today. So Spy Master's done. Assassin is going to poop out a garrison. Doesn't do anything else because she's stuck in Omaida. She is at Omiro, whatever. She's stuck at 7 strength here. The Imperial Guard does not have an activation token, and now the Banished is going to poop out a curse. It's going to a place with an enemy, which is here. They're going to battle. The Banished is rolling 2 blues Oh, the Banish is going to go there, isn't it? That's interesting. Yeah, because the Imperial Guard's got way more strength than that one garrison. All right. So the Banish is going with 2 blues against 2 whites in the archery round. 2 whites are a shield and a damage. Battle is happening here. 2 blues, it's just a shield. So we go to our first clash phase. So it's a purple, a red, 3 whites against 2 blues, 2 yellow, and a white, which can be really nasty. These garrisons can really pack a punch sometimes out of nowhere. So this is the garrison roll in my left hand. That's 3 damage and 1 shield, and then the banished roll is just a shield. Wow, so 2 damage to the banished. What a terrible roll for the banished. And now they're down to just 1 white and everything else against the same matchup here. So again, left hand is my banished. Oh, clash and archery. Reroll 1 blank for every druid. Oh! I forget what their rolls were in archery. There was definitely shields. I'm not worried about it. But they had 1 shield. I can't even recreate this. They have the reroll. I'm not going to worry about the archery round. I forget where their shield was. I think it was on one of their white dice. I think everything else was blank like that. So they can reroll 4 dice, and they're just going to and it's a one-time reroll from what I understand from Pavel. And this was 3 damage. It must have been I don't know how many shields. It was 3 damage and a shield for the. I remember saying 3 damage and a shield, so I'm going to go with that. They're re-rolling these 4 because there's 4 revealed druids. And now just 1 damage, but we had a shield, so it still was the same result. Woo! All right. Going on. It's problem really. Just get another job is fine, says Pavel. Brandon says just got Marvel Zombies, which I paid a ridiculous amount for shipping for it. Honestly, I don't care for the game that much. We're clearly enabling. Pavel, Mascogene is another prime target for the Gravedigger. Brandon basically automatically generates YouTube music playlist for any board game you put in. Pavel says Troll plus Healing Potion is super nice. Yeah, Brandon, oof, the Renegade Legion is gonna have its work cut out. Yeah, I was a little I didn't know what I was facing, obviously, but I was just hoping. I was hoping that I was thinking I'd be able to cut it in half and then take it out next turn, but obviously that did not play out very well with the 4 shield they rolled. Brandon with the Renegade Legion is going to have his work cut out to catch up the Legion. Blindness to the black die fails me all the time too. Makes me sad when I splurge on the Sea King. You're still running 3 different colors, rolling. Oh no, a blank purple. Is that all the Imperials dead? Well, this one and this one. So no. So we had the same exact result, even with the reroll that I forgot about. Oh, was I rolling 3 dice? Why was I rolling 3 dice? I should have been rolling 2 dice. Woof. It would be 1 less damage to the banished. I think just the way the dice came out, I rolled 3 damage out of 4. I should have been rolling 1 less blue. So I was rolling 2 blue. I should have been rolling 1 blue. I know I did 2 and 2. I don't know why I all of a sudden thought there were 3. So just 1 less damage to the banished is really the only fair way to do that. And now we'll move on. So the banished, again, there's no damage to the garrisons last round. The banished only lost 1. So again, they actually are rolling 2 white dice instead of the 1 I thought they were rolling, and instead of the 3 they started with. And now we're doing 1 blue, 2 yellow, and a white here. Yeah, I don't know why I all of a sudden thought there were 3 there. That was really weird, Greg. All right. This is for the 2 garrisons. 3 damage and a shield. They're rolling like God. This is a lot of stuff. We are going to re-roll these 2 because there are at least 2 revealed druids. This can reset, by the way. So that's a protection. So The lightning bolt is going to lose 2 Imperial threat here. There is no 2 Imperial threat there, so we don't have to worry about that. It is going to negate the shield of the garrisons, though. So 1 damage gets through, so the garrison's out. This is going to go into the Chaos Graveyard. 1, 2, 3 goes to the Banished. There's 1 shield. 2 gets through, so the Banished is down to 2. We go 1 more round. There's only 1 garrison left, so it's a blue and a white. And the Banished is rolling a red and a white. And I think the Imperials are going to get more points. This is nutty. So a red and a white for the Banished. There's no blank, so no reroll needed. It's a 1 damage. We have a shield. The garrison is out. That was the first activation. The Banished is going to activate again. It's going to the place with the fewest enemies. It's going here. Sorry about that. I do think, again, I used to think you had to do multiple rerolls. I think from what Pablo said, no, it's 1 reroll 1 time now. So basically all this stuff, or 1 reroll per power, I think is how it works. So it actually would reroll twice here. Because once because we have the reroll power from the woods and 1 reroll power from his own card. So he's rolling 1 blue die in archery. And he has 1 white die in archery. He would have tried to poop out a curse. He couldn't, so instead the chaos gets a point. We're going to come here. 1 blue die. He doesn't re-roll because he did not roll a blank, and a blank. We are going to re-roll for the garrison though because we are on the woods, and it's still a blank. This one's defeated, but the Banished is super weak for next turn, which would be really helpful for Talak. Comes in, gets those 3 points, and kind of see what else is possible. Gets those 3 points, builds another haven. That's going to be points. You know, we can hopefully get a little bit of an engine going for Talak in the 4th chapter. That was the second activation for the Banished. And again, all the curses are on the board, but I'm really not worried about the Chaos to score right now. The Imperials are clearly the favorite to win this one over Talak at least. Production phase, gaining resources. We're going to get 2 for each there, 4 plunder and 4 salt. So it's going to be 6 salt, 6 plunder because you double all of this. 6 salt, 6 plunder, and 2 food. I'm going to put 1 in and get a 3. For the crow, we're going to get 2, 2, 5, plus 2, plus 2, plus 2, plus 1 of each, plus 2. Great. So altogether, it's 1, 2, 3, 7 salt. I'm going to put 2 in and take 9. We're going to get 2, 4, 5 plunder. So 2 of this and 2 of this. And we're going to get 5, 6, 7, 8 food. So 2 3s and 2 1s. So many resources. All right, scoring. The Empire is going to score 1, 2, 3 points only because there's only 3 places that still have garrisons. That was the nice thing about having the Horde come in and wipe those suckers out. They're going to get 2 more points because having 2 Legion on the board, and they are going to get 6 points because of what's in their graveyard. So they go from 34 up to 40. That's kind of a killer. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This goes here. This goes here. We did not do the red hand at all. It's one of my favorite mechanics in the game. Just haven't really been able to get that going. Just had other things to do. Dugpud gets this. The problem with Dugpud right now is all of our trolls are on the board, so we can't even like activate this stupid dark ritual stuff. Although, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, because I could pay for all my units like so freaking easily. I could do necromancy with the troll. That probably would have been a better thing to do than what I did last round. But again, not like we made a dent in the Imperial Guard. And we're gonna do the scoring for the Chaos. The Chaos has all 9 of the curses on the board, so they go from 17 to 26. They have 2 Legion on the board, so they go from 16 to 28. And they're going to get 6 points there, so 28 to 34. These all come back. And this comes back. And these go in here. All right, player score. The Crow score is 10, 30 to 40. And they have 1, 2, 3, nope, 2 special hexes. So they're going to get 40 to 42. The Talaxin, the score is 26, and then 2 more, 25 to 27. Woof. Lagging badly. But again, if we get enough resources with the crow, maybe we can make some magic happen. Alright. Reveal a Druid card. Flip cards face up. We're good. Done all that. Get your action points back. It's a lack. Man, that one battle, I mean, it just where the Spy Master just really set to lack back. I think it's a very different game if that doesn't happen. Draw 3 new items. These items all go away. And we have one is the Exert Leaves. Discard this to add 1 die to any player's roll outside of combat. Second one is Nether Sea Map. Your heroes consider adjacent to any hex. And always, which is really sick. And then the Curse Dice roll, pay 1 thing to reroll 1 die at any of your rolls outside of combat. Get 3 new quests. This one was never done. Out. Quest number 1. It is the Druidic Prophetess. If you get 3 skulls, you get a point. You get 1 shield, base a basic unit on any one of your havens. You get a lightning bolt, place a basic unit on any one of your havens. My blooming is near. We must crawl quick, reach forward, dig deep. Take this card. When a horde activates, place 1 basic unit on any player on any of their havens. So every time a horde activates. A little bit late for that to be useful. The Tuatan Allies. It took half a moon of ceremonial dancing with the wave singers before the oracle would appear. 3/1/2. You can get a point there. Take this card in combat on marshes, hexes. You gain +1 blue. In clash, we have not seen any marsh hexes, I don't think, which is pretty wild. And then Cleanse the Wastes. A dark title of corpses came crawling across the ice from the mainland. Place 2 skeletons on 1 empty hex in each region that has no skeletons. If there are 0 skeletons on the board, each player gains 3. It's not the most amazing. So the Foggrave has skeletons. The Howling White needs a skeleton. Fine, I'll put that there. And the Screaming Sea needs a skeleton. I mean, it's 3 points for each of us. I mean, it could definitely help to lock, but I don't really know how I'm going to spend the actions to do all that crap. We'll have to figure it out. All right, so that's done. Really no better places to put those things that I could see. So we're done with that. So that quest stays. It does not get discarded until we achieve the goals. Pass the first player token to Dugpa. We had 2 threat. The Banis goes from 2 to 4. The Imperial Guard goes from 4 to 6. The Assassin gets 2 points for the Chaos, up to 42. And the King of Plays goes from 5 to 7. This goes down. Last event. Here we go. So again, if we were playing with the Arch-Nemesis, we would ignore the top. No, we would ignore the bottom, and we do this Arch-Nemesis stuff. But we're not doing that. The storm that has raged over Azul for days now brings with it not only darkness, hail, ice, and snow, but also eerie screams and the breath of chaos. I was also hoping, by the way, for that thing where both heroes were, if they were both in the capital, you could roll, get 5 points a player. Like that, unfortunately, did not seem to appear. Choose a hero to roll a hero dice. If they do not roll 2, 3, discard all quests, ignore any rules on them, and do not replace them this chapter. Fine. I'm going to have the... I think we're more likely to do at least 3 lightning bolts with to lock, so we're going to roll a red, 3 purples, and a blue. I need 2 shields or 3 lightning bolts. I mean, I could roll 2 and 2 with the Dugpa, but like rolling 2 shields is going to be hard. So 3 lightning bolts, please. I rolled 3 lightning bolts, so we can ignore that. The quests stay in play, even though I don't really love them. I assume that would override this, that still would not be discarded, but I could be wrong about that. I think it would stay. And in the darkness of the storm, thousands of lanterns are lit in all draconian cathedrals to illuminate the Legion's deployment. Each player places 1 Legion at threat 7 on the capital. There are no Legions left, so for each you cannot place 1 Horde at threat 7 on any empty hex. Place each Horde in a different region if possible. There's only 1 Horde left. So since we cannot place a Horde, I think the point goes to the Horde. So for each you cannot place a Horde, we cannot place a second Horde. It should be placed. We get a point to the Horde. Activate the Legion with the highest initiative or Horde with the highest. So we're activating one with the highest. We get the Stormbringer. He's not terrible. He comes in at threat 7. Immediately, he's going to get activated, and he's number 17. Do I want to activate the Banished? If I activate the Banished would actually wipe out that Haven. So I need to activate the Legion, which means I'm going to activate the Imperial Guard, which means the Imperial Guard is going to wipe out my Haven here, but I don't actually hate that. Oh, that's weird. He would just leave. Alright, strange. You cannot use archery against the Stormbringer. Supposed to put him on an empty hex in a region. And we can have him wipe out the... Did I just have him go to the Assassin? Ooh. I really don't like the Assassin. Such a crapshoot, though. No archery. Alright, this is coming in at number 17. The Stormbringer immediately gets activated, and then we're going to activate another thing, which we're going to have to activate. I think we're going to have to activate the Imperial Guard, which is rough. Alright, so we're going to put the Stormbringer on any... Oh, it's got to be an empty hex. So I actually can't put it there. Woof. The empty hex thing is rough. Wow, all of a sudden the chaos is looking mighty fierce. Thinking of putting it there, just having those guys fight, but I can't actually get the chaos in the right place for that. I can put them there, they can wipe out the Fog Ray, but now I got a problem. I wish I had that thing this round where I could get activation tokens off of these guys. It might have been something I should have tried to do with Dugbo at the end of the round instead of just taking assault. But I really wanted the Banish to do what he did, but I could have stopped the King of Plagues from getting so close. Because they're all going to get 2 activation tokens now. Ugh, just crazy. Alright. So the Stormbringer is going to come in. Stormbringer. It's rough. I could just put them far the heck out. I have 2 activation tokens in the future. Yeah, if I put it, this isn't empty, so that's a problem. If I put it here, it takes off my Haven, which is a problem. I put them way out here, it still gets to a Haven. I put it here, it gets to a Haven. I put it here, it gets to a Haven, but at least it has to do some work for it. Take out those guys. But that's going to be 2 points for it. Alright, I'm putting it there. We're going to activate the Stormbringer based on its activation abilities. It's in a different region that's only applies for any hordes that were placed this round, is my read, so it's not going to matter. So Stormbringer activates, can't place a curse, gets a point for the chaos, it's going to move here. We don't do archery against a Stormbringer, we get the clash, there's 2 things there. It's going to be a blue, 2 yellows, and a white against the Stormbringer's 2 blacks, a purple, and a red. This is for the garrisons, 3 damage, and 2 damage, that's 2, no shields. So these guys are dead, they go here, but it is 3 damage to the Stormbringer, which is nice, down to 4. Now, because of the event, I have to choose whether I'm activating the Stormbringer, or activating the Banished, or activating the Imperial Guard. I'm obviously activating the Imperial Guard. I'm not going to take away any Tolak's points. Imperial Guard activates, poops out a garrison. Oh, so it doesn't flip because there's now a garrison there, which is great. This goes here, wipes this out. The Imperial Guard is going to reset its target. It's going to go to this thing now, and now I can attack the Imperial Guard, so I get all my Vargs out. That could be really strong. Whoo! Sagitt, still going, or is this a restart? We are still going, sir. We are still going. But, yeah, it's a pretty crazy, thing. So it's weird that he's the Legion with the highest initiative, being at 12, but we did kill all the other Legions, so this is going to be that. So no more events. Don't have to worry about those anymore. All right. We are done with the events. We add 2 activation tokens to each of them because it is the last round. So that's 2. That's 2. That's 2. Nope, wrong side. Remember, if we kill the Banished, he just goes back to the pile because he would come out twice. And that's 2. We're going to go to the build phase, looking at 2 feats. 1 feat, discard this. Your enemy cannot use lightning bolts in battle. That's stupid strong. Yes. I don't know what this is. Yes. Discard this. You can buy any number of items in the market. That makes Tolak against... Well, the Imperial Guard's now over here. Woof. Still really good against the Banished. And there's no curse there, so we can use stuff against them. They're going to get 2 rerolls in the woods. We still have this. We can move a Horde or Legion in any direction. Doesn't say we could ignore. Couldn't move him here. Yeah, we're going to do that. Doug Puff, what do you want to do? Discard this again, a basic unit on any of your havens for every Horde Legion in play. I don't have that many basic units. I will take 3 new resources, and I will add... I'm going to get some Guile. Let's get some Guile. Let's make this a Guile-y kind of day. Alright. Guile-y. It's a word. And that's done. Alright. We're going to get 3 bonus resources. So before I forget, it's going to be really close. We're going to have to build... What am I building? That could be interesting. King of Plagues activates twice. King of Plagues is going to go here, here. Stormbringer is going to go here, here. So I need to defend against him here. The Banished will not go that way, but they would go here. It's the low-hanging fruit, so they're going to go here. So I definitely need to wipe them out. Imperial Guard wants to go here, and then it would retarget. The Assassin's staying right there. so with that in mind, oh man, I don't even have the 5. Basic unit. Tree Mother's interesting. What can I afford? Definitely need to build. I mean, get some change for this. So 4 and 2 gives me 2 of these guys. And then 4 and 2. Get some change for him. Gives me this guy. And then adding 2, taking 1 back gives me this guy. That is everyone. I haven't built my Oregon in a while. What am I going to need? The salt. I'm going to figure out how to get some salt. How to get some plunder, I mean, because I do want to build another haven this round. But I think this is kind of a no-brainer, so that guy will go here. These guys will go here. And this guy will go here. Try to kill the banished. Yeah, it's not looking good. Because I don't know where I'm going to get the resources to build my last haven as Talak. But this too we will figure out. Alright, over here, I'm going to definitely rebuild the troll. So the troll is 5 and 2. Putting in 3, getting change. So that's the troll. And how many vargs can I build? 6 salt and 4 food. If I put in 4, take back 2, and then I can build a Deadeye for that. No more salt. Could move this. I could force a Stormbringer there. I do want to get another white die. I think this is what I'm building. Just want to see how this plays out. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Dugba's up first. Oh, these get put somewhere. This guard is going to be the worst, man. This guard's really bad. Hold on 1 sec. Sorry, had to sneeze. Oh, and I have 3 resources from here that I never used. So I would take 1 salt. One salt and 1 food. And remember, I had the wild because I added the guile, and I'll take a 1 plunder. I'll just take 1 of each. So why not? And I'll take another salt. And actually, I'll just take 3 salt. So I'll put that food back. Because salt could be useful with this archery thing I added. I mean, I want to try to take out the Imperial Guard, but woof. It's 5 points. Talak can potentially come here and then here. We can move the Stormbringer anywhere we want. There's going to be no more curses to put out for the Chaos. Any of their basic units. We can try to take out these freaking skeletons, but these 2 over here are going to be... That's going to be impossible. So forget the skeletons for sure. Rolling 2 reds, getting a white. You know what? Since I would have had this salt, I'm actually going to build a Deadeye and take another salt. Yeah, those three wilds are awesome. That just really opens up this whole first move. We'll see if it works. So I'm going to command with the food, bringing all these suckers into here. The Imperial Guard is like, ha ha ha, I killed you all. I'm like, yes, you did. Just absolutely destroyed us. We're going to go to archery. Battle's happening here. In archery, I'm sending the 3rd salt to get another white die. I have 3 white dice and 2 red dice in archery. The Imperial Guard gets a red die because we're on a Badlands as well. And he's rolling a blue die and 2 white dice. I will be very upset if he rolls a lightning bolt with his red die. Alright, so 1 shield and 2 damage. And I'm rolling garbage. 2 damage and 1 shield. We rolled the same thing. God, it's not a great roll. Wow. Well, you know, it is what it is. So I've done 1 damage to him that got through. He's down to 5. Just really wanted 2 damage to get through. Would have been so much better. And I'm going to lose this guy. Into the Imperial Guard graveyard you go. We now go to Clash. I'm getting 2 reds, a black, and a white. He's rolling the same 6 dice he rolled the first time, which smashed me in the face. A purple, 2 blues, a red, and 2 yellows. Why is the Imperial Guard this hard? I feel just get a bad roll. Just once. Just 1 time. That's gonna do it. That's a garbage roll. Oh, that's not much better. Alright. The Flenser turns this to a skull. And I think I ignore their thing instead of doing something else. Oh, even better. I'm going to use Dugpa's thing. I'm going to remove this from the reserve. So that bar goes away. So that adds me a 4th skull and a lightning bolt. So I'm going to take the skull lightning bolt combo so just so I can visualize it. 4 skulls and a lightning bolt. I'm going to use the 1 lightning bolt to destroy this. I'm doing 4 damage to him. So he's down to 1. He's doing 1 damage to me, so because I negated this, my other lightning bolt, I'm going to use the red hand and put a thing there. So I don't know if items are going to be all that helpful at this point. All right, so I got another 1. He has 1 damage that gets through. I'm going to lose this guy. Imperial Graveyard. Fantastic. Yeah, I have the rest of my guys in place. I can make this work. Done. We go to the next round of Clash. He's got 1 health left. He's going red and 2 whites. I get 2 reds and a black. Actually, give me a white, because that's going to be better with the Filnsler. I'm going to actually kill this dude instead of this dude. It's a little weird, but it's better. Gives me more options. So a red and 2 whites for him. 1 damage, 1 shield. I rolled. I can turn this into a shield. I do 2 damage. I get a lightning bolt. I can use that lightning bolt to get another thing on the red hand. And I block his 1 damage. He does not block my 2. He's dead. When he's out, I'm going to get a 5 points. So I go from 42 to 47. And when that happens, why was he on top of me? That's weird. When that happens, I'm also going to get, I'm going to do this. I'm going to discard. That's probably a good idea. I could do necromancy to bring that dude back. I mean, I know I have the troll, but just, I don't know. I just think that getting the Varg back now is a bird in the hand kind of stuff. So I'm going to discard this to get this guy back here. Imperial Guard is out. This is done. Over here, we all take Bruthgard as our newfound home once again. I can build a haven there. Everyone will be happy and joyous. All right, Talak, you saw how it's done. We're going to go here. We're going to command our dudes into where the Banished is. Woof. I just have to, yeah, I don't think these skeletons are activating. So we're going to spend the food. Everyone's coming in here. Can we get rid of Banished? Do you believe in Banished? All right, this is going to go here. Come for the game, stay for the singing. We're going to have a marksman there. So I have 2 whites. I get a blue as well because of the marksman. These go here. These go here. Sorry, getting my dice reordered because it just makes it that much easier. All right, so 2 whites because I have 2 marksmen. I get a blue because I have marksman. It is not a thing. I reroll 2 dice. The Banished has 2 dice, and they're going to have 2 different reroll abilities. So they reroll that. So they're going to reroll this 1 blank. It's again, they can reroll it again. Once because of the woods, once becomes of their ability. It's still a blank. So just 1 damage. I can reroll a blank. I blocked their thing. Give me another. Oh, whatever. So 1 damage and no damage to me. And now we go to Clash. Again, they still have rerolls. Their rerolls go for archery and Clash. My rerolls are only for archery. I get 2 reds, 2 whites, a blue against, and I have 1 of each. I have 3 different colors, so I get a purple. They have a red, a purple, and a white. Here we go. They reroll the blank because they're the Banished. Oh, 4 freaking damage. Woof. Oh, yeah, I don't care about. Would I have done that? Yeah, I would have used this before. My enemy cannot use lightning bolts in combat. They didn't even roll 1, but just in case they roll 1 next turn, because they're always rolling a red die. I do not want to just lose a unit because of that. I would like a lightning bolt though, because I'm probably just going to negate that 4 damage. I did not get a lightning bolt, because why would I ever roll a lightning bolt? God, gosh, it's so frustrating. All right, 3 damage. I kill them. No. I did 2 damage to them. They went from 2, they were up to 4. Did I just do 1 damage to them? I think I did 2. They were at 4. I kill them now, I guess, so it doesn't matter. It's just how much damage to me. I thought for sure I killed them. I thought they should be down to 2. I think I just moved it down from 4 to 3. I don't know if Brandon's still there. Someone tell me. I think they were at 4. I moved it down to 3 instead of moving down to 2. I'm going to leave it, though, and kill them. It's just a Megan. How much damage do I get? Ugh. I think they should only been rolling a red and a white. So there's a chance that I should have one less kill here. But just in case I'm not supposed to, I will wipe out these 4. I know that I swear I should have had 2 damage to them. There are 2 damage and 1 shield. And then I rolled a blank. So it must have been 2 damage, a shield, and a blank. And there's right, because I was trying to get that last bit of damage. So that must have been right. So they went from 4 down to 3. And then they just killed 4 of my dudes. That's gross. Oh, this goes in the Chaos Graveyard. I do 3 damage to them, though, so they're dead, which is super good. I get 3 points as Talak, go from 27 to 30. The Banish goes back on top of the Horde deck. And out, and my 1 unit goes here. So that's good. Good. All right, good start to the round. We'll see how what I can defend against is going to be a serious question. Dugpa. When a horde activates, oh, this dragon. This dragon's in no man's land. Now I'm gonna put him. Units here are adjacent to any hex. I would have put him here. It makes so much more sense. Look at that ferocious dragon. Yeah, units in here are adjacent to any hex. So that's a much better spot for him. Oh, the sea tower comes in handy. Dugpo, what are you doing? I don't know. What do you want me to do? Good question, Dugpo. You're brilliant. When this card activates, place 1 bit of any player on any of their havens. That could be really helpful for Talak. It's also a potential point. There are no marshes. I can't possibly defeat all these skeletons. If I move the Stormbringer here, he comes here. I can have the Stormbringer. Oh, Stormbringer got weakened. Bad. Something fierce. Alright, I think we still have the troll thing. We still have Dark Ritual, but I have no real chance to use that. I'm going to command my guys with my last food, so resources are becoming a problem, and get them over back into here. This target can go away. It's a very crazy game of Uprising. It's a crazy game of Uprising. I lost it all. Talak is going to command with her last food, so food is scarce, bringing this guy in and this guy in. Oh, nope, I lied. Talak is going to get her 1 last food back. Oh, crap. Where's my plunder? Where my plunder at? Talak is going to... King of Plagues is invariably going there. And then toward a haven. Can I defend against the King of Plagues here? King of Plagues is nasty. Yeah, none of these are resources. Ah, these things are not coming out in the right order. Not coming out in the right order. I can trade. Ooh, can I get where Dugpa is? Can move, explore. Dugpa's got all the. Nah, it's not worth it. I'm going to trade. I get a salt each time. I'm turning the salt into another. Oh, I need to do that 2 more. Never mind. Wolf. Is it Dugpa's turn? No, Dugpa just commanded. Dugpa wouldn't have commanded yet. Dugpa would have moved, traded, then moved, commanded. That's super awful. So not efficient. Dugpa wouldn't have commanded either, though. Getting ahead of myself, kids. Give me the command back. It's Dugpa's turn. Dugpa is going to build a haven, because I forgot that got destroyed. This haven would have been here. All these guys are still over here for now. Talak is going to... command. I think it's just the most efficient way to do this. Talak's going to try to take over the capital with this dude and this dude. So we're in the capital. There's one garrison. Range phase, 1 white die versus 1 white die. Since I have a marksman, it's a white die and a blue die. Nothing. A defense. And now it's going to be a white die and a black die versus a white die and a blue die. Watch me lose this. This is like going to be really awesome. Nothing. Hey, 1 damage from the black die. That's what we're talking about. At least the garrison got squadouche. This is out. 1 point. The capital flips. Talak's going to get 5 more points. And Talak gets from 31 to 36. We're there with our War Lizard and our Marksman. What else could you ask for? Dugpa is going to move and trade. Dugpa gets Assault, and Dugpa is going to give Talak, because we're in the same hex now, is going to give Talak 2 plunder. That does neither of those end my turn, so Dugpa has another turn, and then Dugpa is going to move and explore. Nope. I don't think that makes sense. Dugpa's going to move. Dugpa's just going to command. Man, we went through all those resources. That's crazy. Commanding here. Every resource matters. Alright. Talak is going to move and build, because building on the capital is super dangerous and there's no extra benefit. So moving and then building a haven with all the extra stuff we got from Dugpa. So here, haven. That comes in with a wall and a thing. I mean, that's 8 points. It's like literally no extra points now. The legions are basically scoring 1, 2. They only have 1 of my units, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dugpa is going to be scoring 8 plus 1, 2. The chaos, though, is scoring 9 plus 1, 2 plus 4. So chaos up to 51. That's actually the bigger concern. Depends on how many resources I can use to buy points for Talak. Talak. This is nutty. This is nutty. Oh, and 4 activations means 4 points because there's no more curses. Wow. So they're going to get 9 plus 4 plus 2, 51 plus 4, 55. So 8 plus 2 is 46. That's a 9-point gap. That's not great. I mean, I could try to command into there. We're out of resources. I still have the Orb of Stone, so I can move storms. I can move this guy here. Can one of them defeat? If I move him here, then he just comes right for where Dogfoot is. I don't hate that. But then the King of Plagues would move here, which is a big problem. Because he's nasty. Super nasty. And I'm just really out of units. But every time they activate, if I can get this, that'd be really strong. We're not close to a curse, but Dogfoot could potentially get there. Not battling on a marsh. King of Plays re-rolls. Alright. If I can set up camp there. Oh, forget it. Why would I even do that? The King of Plays is getting to me anyway. I can move, explore. I'm out of. I can potentially move, explore, command into here, wipe out the Stormbringer. King of Plagues would go where there's enemies. If I just build this here in the capital, I get 1 movement back. Because all I did was command, and Haven. Dogpa's first turn was command, second turn was Haven, third turn was move, trade, command. So we're at Talak's second turn. I think Talak needs to move, explore, give the King of Plagues another path to go to, and we can move the Stormbringer here, which I think is strong. Move, explore, command into there. Who's questing? So luck and quest. He can move, explore, move, quest. All right, this is going to be crazy, but I think we can pull this up. So we're moving, exploring. We're going to get this extra salt. We're going to flip this over. Grim Fangs. Like Blaze, the ice here gnawed its way into the intruders of the Grim Fangs. Gain 2 salt. I'm going to put in 1, take 3. If empty, place 2 skeletons. If not reinforced, place 2 skeletons with other skeletons. Great. So it's empty. We place 2 skeletons. We're going to place 2 skeletons with other skeletons. We put a skeleton here. We put a skeleton here. Done. This is revealed. But it's not an enemy. So it doesn't really, I was hoping it would be a garrison. Did not work. Oh, interesting. All right, let's see what we're working with. Move, explore. Command, move. Move, explore, command them there. Defend against a Stormbringer here. Can't use archery against him anyway. Have a pretty decent shot of wiping him out. And then the Stormbringer just activating twice. Stormbringer could come here, wipe out that, and then maybe wipe out that Haven, and who cares? It's going to have a hard time defeating him anyway. So we're going to move, explore with Dugpa. These garrisons come off. This comes out. This flips. The Chaos Mega comeback was not... Oh, that's a wild. The Haunted Hallows. Innumerable secrets hid in the ancient battlefields. We get this salt. Gain 3 of any resource. I will absolutely take a food and 2 salt. So turning in 3, getting this. If empty, place 2 skeletons. It was not empty. If not, reinforce. We can't reinforce. There's already 3 garrisons, so 1 point for the Legion. Activate the Legion with the highest initiative or the Horde with the lowest. And that's going to block off all of that. That's stupid. These come here. Or he just goes where there's enemies, and then he can't get anywhere else. Can I get him in there and stuck? Yes, we can. Fantastic. That will work. But the wall technically makes that further away, doesn't it? I don't know, that works. Pavel, if Pavel's around, that would be crazy, because if he gets stuck in there, is that still technically closer to the capital, or do you have to consider the fact that that's impassable terrain? Probably have to consider the fact that it's impassable terrain. But we could force him to go that route, which is what we want him to do anyway. He'll wipe out those 3 things. He's already going to get 2 points because he has garrisons, and then we could just do a showdown in the capital. I don't love our odds. I don't love our odds. Or I back him up. I know the Stormbringer comes here. We just back him up with that. Who cares? It doesn't do anything else. All right, I think that will work. So Dugpa's here with the 3 garrisons. Or if he's gonna he'll get roughed up by those 3 garrisons. I could potentially kill him. If I let the garrisons knock him down a bit, and then we're here, I think I can actually wipe him out if I can get the Druidic Prophetess. When I use that's only for the command action. I only have 3 left. I think I still do that roll. I have a good chance of 2+ with my current setup. Add anyone die. Yeah, I can use. I have the leaves. I can add anyone die. That could be helpful. All right, we got a chance here. So that was Dugpa's turn. We're gonna now go to because I can command everyone into there, and we'll just await the Stormbringer's arrival, because that's definitely where he's going for sure. All right, so Talak's turn. Talak is going to move. Nope. Talak is going to do this quest for the Druidic Prophetess. We have a red die. We have 3 purple die. We have a blue die. I need to succeed twice. I need 3 skulls, 1 shield, or 1 lightning bolt. I need to have 2 of those things happen. Great. I'm going to use the leaves to add another die. The die I'm going to add is going to be a blue, because it will give me a shield or a skull. I'm hoping I roll at least 1 lightning bolt with everything else I have. So with these 6 dice, I need to succeed on 2. Oh my gosh. Oh! That's really bad. That Sucks. I got 4 skulls, 5 skulls, not a darn thing of anything else. That's super hard to do. The worst part about that is the chaos gets 2 more points. I add nothing to my thing because you don't get any rewards if you fail because I did not solve the quest, and then this gets discarded. Oh, that's terrible. Do I take him on with just a marksman? That, oh man, that's gonna go through 7. I mean, I would need the legions to really wipe this dude out. And then as he activates, like he starts doing a combat, I'm gonna just lose units like crazy. I cannot combat him again. Oh, that's such a bad roll. That was such a stupid roll. Wow. I mean, I had the Nether Sea Compass, and I'm basically just wanted to get set there. I mean, if I moved here, because I don't have anything else to do with these command actions, I could have moved here, because I could always get a command action. I can have the 3 salt, and I could have, if I was on a hex with a curse, I would have added a yellow die, which was not my problem. That was not my problem. Wow. The yellow die doesn't do anything for me. Wow, that's such a bad roll. Or, oh, I don't have the guile. I'm saying look at the cursed dice. I could have gotten another. I could have gone to a market action. So I didn't move. I could have done a market action. Gotten this, added another die because there's no rule against combining them. And then I still would have rolled a blue because I'm still hoping for a shield. Because I don't have anything else to do with these things. Shield. Nope. Still would have failed. Yeah, that gets replaced. That's really bad. Yeah, I don't think I can take this dude out. It's going to be too much. Everyone loses. I mean, the chance of him rolling lightning bolts was too high. The chance of me rolling lightning bolts is not as much. I still have the red hand all set up, but nothing really happened in there. Oh, that's so bad. That's such a horrible roll. It's 5 points. I just don't know how. I think I have to gamble, though, because I just don't think I'm going to get enough points otherwise. But I have 2 units. Blue, white, white. This is no way. He's gonna go through me like Swiss cheese. All right, I'm gonna discard the Orma Storbs. 9. He has all my units in his graveyard anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna back him up to here. And then he just can't reach anywhere except for there. That's all I can do. Oh, that was such a garbage roll, man. I mean, I get a point, I add units, I load up the capital, I go to battle with the King of Plagues. That would have been so freaking cool. And every time he activated, I would have added another unit there if I had that. That's why those 2+ things, they're just, the dice just have a way of absolutely punishing you. But yeah, the chaos is going to end up with a lot of points, man. They're gonna have 9, so 47 plus 2 plus 4. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to pull this off. Plus 4, 47 plus 2, 49 plus 3 gets a 52. And then they're gonna get, yeah, whatever else. And I just think Talak's gonna be lagging too much. Oh, that's so gross. That was like absolutely the game. And now I'm just debating whether I just try to take him out. Hope the garrisons really get him super weak. But I think he's gonna go through those garrisons like Swiss cheese. And every time he rolls a lightning bolt, everyone loses a unit. So I mean, that could be down to 1 unit by the time he gets there. That was my only play. That was my only play for sure. All right, it is what it is. Let's go to Dugpa. Dugpa is going to command with this food. We're moving everyone into here, awaiting the Stormbringer. We're going to go to Talak. Talak is, yeah, we moved him back here with the orb. Talak is going to just go stand in the capital because she feels better there. Or she could try to get a point this way. That's fine. We'll just do this quest. We're not battling at all anymore, so we're going to do a red, a blue, and 3 purples. We're not on a marsh, so these are our 5 dice. We just need to do 1 of the 5. There, I rolled all 3, so we get a point for that. 37. And in marshes, I have +1 blue in clash. So bad, dude. I'm so upset. That's fine. Done. Way to go, Talak. Now you... it rolls big when it really just didn't matter. Donskis. That is the end of that. We go to the Nemesis phase. So the King of Plagues are going to activate. The King of Plagues, the first activation, they can't place a curse. They get a point. They're going to move here. Second activation, they can't. Oh, I would have also obviously commanded myself into there. This goes away. Second activation, they can't place a curse. They get a point. They come into here. They're going to battle with these 3 garrisons. The garrisons are rolling 3 white dice. The King of Plagues is rolling 3 blue dice. King of Plagues. No rerolls there. And yeah, the garrisons did squadouche. I feel like I chose well. This comes over here. The garrisons are reading a blue, 2 yellows, and a white against the black, 2 purples, 2 blues, and a red. And the black. Woof. Alright, so King of Plagues. 2 damage, 1 shield. That's a garbage roll for them. And 2 shields, 2 damage. So King of Plagues is down to 2. No lightning bolts. Down 2 to 5. So still pretty fierce. But yeah, that's about the best case scenario with their garbage roll. Wow. Now I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering, did I make the bad choice? 2 yellows, 2 blues, and a purple. Black goes away, purple goes away. Same dice for the garrisons. They didn't have any lightning bolts. I think I just added that red. That's right. So the King of Plagues, 5 damage and 2 damage. King of Plagues is down to 3. Maybe I should have done it, man. They didn't roll any lightning bolts. So they're here. This is out. I mean, if we continue this, wow, that's crazy. The garrisons knocked 5 off of them. If we continue this, just for the sake of intrigue, it would be 2 whites and a blue, because I have a marksman there, and I have a tower, versus 2 blues, no rerolls, 2 damage, 2 damage. I could have taken this both off. He would have been down to 1. I would have been able to pull this off, I think. Woof. That's rough, dude. Then he would have had a blue and a white versus my black and a white. He rolls 1 damage. I roll 1 damage. I would have actually been able to defeat him. Oh, that's so sick. That's a huge swing. All right, and he would have taken one of my units though. So in theory, they already had my units and everything. So that one of them mattered. Oh, that's gross. So yeah, I would have been able to survive that by some miracle. So if I lose by 5 points, If 5 points for Talak would have made a difference, now you know why. All right, because yeah, really that would have been the only difference in scoring, was 5 points for Talak, no extra points for the Chaos. Stormbringer's gonna, Assassin's gonna go. Assassin can't add any more things on their space, they get a point. They can't add any more things on their space, they get a point. The Stormbringer's gonna go, so these both go away. The Stormbringer is going to activate, can't add a curse, gets a point, moves into here. We're going to have a showdown with Dugpa. A showdown for the ages. There is no archery round. You skip archery against the Stormbringer. Oh, you cannot use archery as a Stormbringer. They use archery against you? That seems unfair. What's the one you skip? What is that? There's one where you just absolutely skip. Oda, I think. So you can't use archery, but she can use it against you? That seems bananas. Okay, fine. They do 1 damage to me. That's right. At least I roll 1 for both sides here. We're to get rid of that dude, and that just added 2 points to them, which is unfortunate. And now we're gonna roll. It's a blue, a black, a 2 reds, and a white. I'm buzzing. Okay, and we're going against a blue, a red. The fact that the Stormbringer just rolls a black at you out of nowhere is so sick. That could definitely end very poorly. But we're good. Again, my troll gets defeated. I can just add another black to this. So the Stormbringer rolls 3 damage. I roll 2 damage and a lightning bolt. Amazing. I'm taking these 2 off, rolling 2 red dice. The red hand pays off. No, I roll 2 blanks. so sick. All right. So everyone but the troll dies. I only do 2 damage. The red hand almost paid off, and then not quite. Oh, I can turn this to a single damage. I do 3 damage. So this down to 1. So the Flenser, man, has been a game changer. And now we go to the last round. It's a black versus a white. It's a shield. I rolled a 3 damage when I only needed. It's the first time I rolled 3 damage all game. It's so. This game. All right, I love it. It drives me nuts too. All right, 3. He's dead. Only 1 activation token would have come off at that point, but I get 3 points for Duckfoot. So we're up to 50. Stormbringer out. And the troll is like, ha 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 ha, look at me, I'm the best. That's how trolls talk. Dunskies, let's make the counting happen. Get resources based on havens can absolutely matter, but I only care. Oh, there's no resources here. That's why I would have wanted done this there. It wouldn't have mattered. I could have moved the King of Plagues elsewhere, so it wouldn't have mattered for any other purpose. Yeah, I need those resources, so fine. But I never actually moved there, so never mind. That's also not a thing that matters. So yeah, I think max optimization, the way I spend my activation points, I don't think there was any reason that I would have gone there. And I didn't have the command actions. Yeah, it just totally makes sense. So it is 4, 8 plus 6, so 14 resources total. And I have 3 here, so I have 17 resources total with our friend Talak. So I'm just going to take this and make it into a 17. More resources would have been, I could have bought 1 more point, but I probably should have taken like a salt at the last turn there instead of moving to the capital, but it really wouldn't have mattered in the end. Dudskis. We're now going to do resources for Dugpa. So we have 9 plus 5 is 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and I have freaking only, I'm missing, I only have 24 total here, so I am 1 away from being able to get another point out of Dugpa's resources, so we'll just make this into a 20. Oh yeah, there is no actual 20 on there, it's a symbol. So 17, so I'll just make this, I'll use this for the 17 then. 17 resources, 24 resources here. Let me do that math again. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh my gosh, stop blowing me up. Woo! All right, we already did that. The Empire scores 1 point for every hex with any garrisons. There's literally only 1. Bink. They're going to score 1 point for every Legion. 1. Bink. They're going to get 2 points for what's in their graveyard. They are stalled out hard and only ended up with 49 points. The Chaos, though, oof, vengeance. They got 9 points to get to 50. They're going to get 1 more point because of the Horde, and they're going to get 6 points for their thing. So they're up to 57 points here. That's gross. Yeah, I probably should have just gone for it, knowing that the math was going to be really bad for me, even after I failed that thing. I just hoped I got lucky. But you've all seen me roll. Like, why would I think I'd get lucky there? Now, the player score. The Crow scores 10 points. They get to 60 because they have 5 Havens on the board. They have 2 Havens to get them extra points. And that's that. And the Talak's going to score 8 points, get to 45. They have 2 Havens to get extra points, gives them 47. I can spend 4 points with the Crow to get them with a 51. I can spend 3 points with Talak to get them with a 54. Those 5 points absolutely would have put me over the edge. Oh, that is so frustrating. Because I 100% would have gone for it had I had this. Because then if I solve this, if I had either 1 lightning bolt or 1 thing, I place a basic unit, and then every time he activated, I would have been able to add another basic unit. So even if he rolled a lightning bolt, again, after damage once per round, even if he rolled a lightning bolt once or twice even, I still have a decent amount of units there, and I could have just kept putting them on the Havens. I had the 3 basic units still in my reserve. Oh, that's so great. This game is so good. All right, I think I put everyone to sleep. This was long. Looking forward to the chat after the fact. Yeah, I do really dig it without the Arch-Nemesis. I really like it with the Arch-Nemesis, but it is a different game for me experientially. It really changes how that 4th chapter plays out. And then you're managing a lot of things. I find with the Arch-Nemesis, like even going for the capital is rarely a good idea. There were 2 battles that obviously were turning points, but 1 worked out for me. I was still able to take down the doofus, the really defensive guy, who the Imperial Guard. But obviously the Spy Master really put Talak on their heels. Never had a chance to really even consider taking out the assassin, but that didn't matter, right? And now you're looking at all the times where I was like, who cares about the chaos? Like, if I had just gotten control of the chaos at all, it's just like 2 less curses on the board for a couple of rounds, and they're down to 53. But we were able to really take care of them so much early that you just ended up with a big problem late. And I was kind of keeping them around, helping them do damage. Now when you look at how many, like with the assassin wiped out 2 of those suckers, it's like, could I have kept just pushing them over to the assassin? Just take care of these for me, thanks. But Doug was really strong. I really like Talak. I really like how they came together. It's just so bad. Like how unlucky I needed to get on that. I can't. Let me look at it again. I can't. I mean, the math is bananas. I mean, the math of not getting any shields or any lightning bolts with the number of dice I had, the type of dice I had. That's really, really crazy. But again, those 2+, man, those 2+ things, they'll get you. They're really hard to do. What I was really hoping for, and another, had I got the Rebel Council, I got 2 heroes there. We get an extra blue. We got 10 points out of that. I mean, that would have been a big game changer. I mean, I'm literally only 3 points behind, so I'm 4 points away. I mean, I just needed to find a way to get 4 points. And had I killed the King of Plagues, that would have done it. That would have definitely been the difference maker. It's funny how like the Legion looked like they were the big problem, and then all of a sudden the chaos is out of nowhere. You just get those 9 points around, 9 points around, 9 points around. Oh, the crazy thing too is if these 2 guys weren't out here, and I pull that off, every player gets 3. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's still bam. I'm still stuck, and I don't think ties go to the runner, so to speak. So Thanks again to Pavel for the clarification. I'll get a note about that. That interplay was definitely something that was not on my radar. What was it? Where are you? The Mage Breaker. She's buried way the heck over there. So yeah, we'll get that note on the board so people can kind of be aware about that. And then still really looking forward to the next round. And then I'll probably just write it in on the chapter, that one chapter one card, that if you pull that, you roll your dice, and then you can actually switch out to get whatever freaking event you want. Any druid you want that's still in the box. Like, oh my gosh, it's so sick. It's really, these druids were fun. They were a fun combination of druids. I think it's hilarious that I was all day trying to do the red hand, and then I finally had the chance, and what did I? I rolled a friggin' one. I rolled a blank on the 2 dice. So bad, dude. Yeah, the 3 bloody comets. So this, if you roll, you get to swap out a druid with anyone from the box. I'll just write that on there so I don't forget next time. But this was great. Thank you for a really lively chat early. I know these long playthroughs are always interesting. People have lives and stuff to get to, but we're gonna get back to this in a couple months, and I probably in the future will just totally randomize Arch-Nemesis or not. And because at this point I don't have a strong preference either way. I just really wanted to do not Arch-Nemesis today because I had just done the Arch-Nemesis the last 2 times. So if I go into a randomization, I think that'll make some sense. You'll see me tomorrow playthrough of McKee. Super excited about that. And then on Friday we'll have a playthrough of Lost Expedition. Both of those are going to be new to the channel. And then we'll come back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. We got Spirit Island. We got Veil, Wraith, and we got other things planned, which I'm super excited about. Hope people like the second camera. Hope that really helped kind of show more of what's going on the board, made it a little easier to follow as if you're sitting across the table from me. But I know it's a little weird. I wish I could do it on this side of the table, but you kind of would be in my way. If you want to see what's coming up in Solo Playthroughs Land beyond the stuff I just mentioned, you can go on my solo. You can go through my Patreon page. Link is in the description below. There you'll find a public post I put every month. So just look for February's public post, and you'll see a whole litany of games that I've gone through or that I am priming to get on the channel within the next few months, and I'm super excited about that. Brandon, Frostpunk just showed up at my FLGS. Any plays of that coming up? I did not back Frostpunk. I don't really regret it. I know people love it. Look, I like this War of Mine a lot, but then eventually I sold it, and I think at some point that kind of Civ management. I know some people really dig it. I know it's a big part of Kingdom Death Monster. I mean, this is obviously a very different game. I'm not sure it's the kind of thing that I want to really sink my teeth into. I really want to play it. It's, I reached out for a review copy. Obviously, they had a million requests, so I was not. They declined. They were super cool about it. I mean, sometimes you don't even hear back from these companies, so the fact that they got back to me was really cool. But maybe in the future, it's something I'm going to explore. I just have too many big games right now that need time on the table, and that game sounds like just an investment that I'm not in a place where I can make right now, like time wise. So maybe in the future. But yeah, people really love it, man. And again, I know Adam from Rolling Solo was really, really digging it. The towers. There's a lot of it that just doesn't totally appeal to me, but it's definitely on the radar or something I might try to pick up in the future if I can get it in a math trade or something like that. Could definitely be cool. Brandon, neither did I, but at retail for 120 is at least tempting. That's not bad for the retail, man. I didn't know that price because that full Kickstarter thing was like, no, thank you. I'm just, it wasn't. It wasn't for me. I mean, I don't. Maybe it wasn't as. I just remember it being real expensive on Kickstarter, but maybe it's a lot less. And a retail version, it's like I'm fine. Give me a smaller box. Less is more, dude. I don't. I have a small basement in a Philadelphia row home. Like these big crazy Kickstarter expansion boxes, it's just too much, man. It's one of the reasons I really dig, you know, uh, Uprising, just with the these things, the standees instead of the minis. So it just makes it much more reasonable. I mean, Oathsworn, I got the 1 box version. I do not need the 4 box version. Like that's just me. Oh, I'll throw you. I mean, I had a friend who was like, we can split it. I was like, this isn't a matter of money, dude. This is a matter of space and time and setup and takedown and all that. Yeah, the upgrade packs are a lot. wood resources and building minis are like as much as the base game. Dude, they're expensive. They're expensive to make. They're expensive to ship. All of it. I totally get it. But I am, you know, it's funny too, because I'm thinking game theory. I was like, game theory, I have to go for it, even though it's bad. I should have gone for it. I didn't. This is definitely a loss in my book, but woof. It's really annoying that I didn't just go for it and just have that moment of just trying to get super lucky. But I was like, realistically, there's no way the dice should have gone that well. There's no way the King of Plague should have absolutely have rolled a lightning bolt, which should have absolutely left me with one friggin' unit. And with one unit, like how? How? Like even if they come in at level 4 or level 3, whatever they came in, like they still should be able to do 3 damage to me across a couple of rounds when I only have one unit. Like it's crazy. It's crazy I would have won that. It's funny, dude. This game's very, very tough to win on a consistent basis. But it's why we play the game, man. It's fun. So this is a cool playthrough. Thank you again to Brandon and Sagic. Good to see you. Thanks again to Pavel. Questions, comments, epiphanies, again, put them in the comment section below. I'll be back tomorrow. And whether you join me then or not, until the next time I see you, or you see me, more realistically, happy gaming.
Solo.